Chapter 18 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 18. It was late, and it was early. It had been only by great effort that Paul Boudreau had persuaded Gaylord LeClarie not to go directly to his hotel. Now, his heart pounding, Paul led the way up the dimly lighted, threadbare flight of stairs. Gaylord had no idea how far the cab had taken them. He tried to understand the significance of why he was here. He thought of his parents, his vacant hotel room. He looked at the kind eyes that had just turned. There was something very nice about them. Perhaps it was the dark hair, the expressive mouth and quick smile. They all had a peculiar effect on him. He compared what he saw with the others they had just left. Paul was the most intelligent, the cleanest of them all. "Can you see?" Paul asked. "Here, take my hand." Gaylord took the hand offered him. "I'm all right," he answered. "Little dizzy, though." They reached the second landing. The dilapidated state of the hall surprised him. The worn carpet had been patched from various rugs, the paint on the walls curled, and the ceiling was a design of brown water stains. Not even a straight chair was in sight. Only an old-fashioned floor lamp stood in the hall. A cluster of artificial flowers made from faded georgette drooped and sagged on it. They looked decayed and tired, too tired to drop in the rusted wastebasket beneath them. 5 doors in dark and dismal frames leaned against the right wall. At the second one from the left, they stopped. In the center of this dark and varnished door, something shone. Gaylord looked hard. It was a small brass plate, inscribed with the name Paul Boudreau. It gave the door an air of something personal, and he liked it. "Here we are," Paul said, turning his key, then pushing the door open. "Hope this spooky hall hasn't scared you." "I'm not scared." Paul turned on the light, and Gaylord was again in the modern world, amidst blond structures of wood and shiny metal. The light came from brassy lamps beneath clean house-spun fabric and was directed toward a shaggy carpet. "My gosh, Paul, what a difference!" he cried, aghast. "Like it?" "It's like from a magazine." He absorbed the modern, masculine room. "Did you do this?" "No, I had it done. I'm afraid I'm not the artistic type. Want to see the rest of it?" He smiled and patted Gaylord's waist. "Come on, I'll fix you a drink first." "You think you should? I don't want to pass out on you." Paul laughed, a throaty baritone. "Just a little one. I want to fix you a real special one." Gaylord giggled. "What?" "Surprise. Like surprises?" "Sure." "Come on, then." With his hand still on Gaylord's waist, they strolled across the room to a mirrored niche. Gaylord sat on the cushioned stool in front of the rounded blonde counter. He had never seen so many bottles of liquor in a private home before. He grinned back at Paul, who was busy shaking a chrome cocktail shaker. "What do you do, Paul?" Gaylord asked innocently. "I have a very rich aunt who thinks I'm terrific." He handed Gaylord a tumbler filled with frosted whiteness. "In fact, she thinks I'm so terrific, she gave me this building, along with 4 others. I don't know why. She was my mother's only sister, never married. She was a wonderful woman, so kind and thoughtful. She loved the gay crowd. Oh, I guess I'm sort of a cruel landlord. Taste your drink, and see if you like it." Gaylord took a sip. "It's good. Tastes like a milkshake." Paul laughed and stood beside him. "You're cute, Gay. Awfully cute and sweet." He looked at the milk-stained lips, sparkling blue eyes. He put his hand under the chin and kissed away the stains. "Now, come on before I get carried away. I'll show you the rest of the place." Paul clicked on the lights as they passed a blonde, flat-topped table surrounded with 4 padded chairs onto a small but compact kitchen, then to a paneled den of books, pipes, and leather. Gaylord looked into the brown-walled bathroom. "Paul, it's beautiful." He thought of the dingy hall and wondered about it. "You haven't seen anything yet. Wait till you see the monstrosity that decorator put in the bedroom." The monstrosity turned out to be an oversized bed. It was covered with a white goatskin that touched the floor. Gaylord put his hand on his chest and uttered a sweet cry of amazement. Paul turned on a radio after he had snapped on another soft-shaded lamp. "This is something." Gaylord grinned at him. "May I sit on it?" "Walk on it, sit on it, lay on it. Do anything your little heart desires, Gay. It's all yours." Gaylord placed his empty glass on a nearby table and sat on the bed. Then he lay down on the fur and stretched. Soft music filled the room, flowed like bare arms embracing, nakedness and young mouths kissing. Gaylord listened, hearing it, hearing the voices and jazz bands intermixing from the streets. He remembered the Negroes, bare-chested and sweating, working on the lower Mississippi, the same ones he and his parents had passed. He forgot all about this as Paul came close. And now Paul had lifted his legs onto the softness and was sitting by his side looking down at him. Gaylord stretched his arms over the fur and felt it between his fingers. He looked into the brownish face and with a deep sigh breathed, "Gee, this is wonderful." Paul bent over him. "Tired?" he asked softly. "A little." "Want to undress and go to bed?" Paul's voice trembled with the whisper. "Here?" He looked at his watch. "Oh my gosh, it's 2:30. Mother will be worried sick. I promised I wouldn't stay out late." He started to get up. "Stay a little longer," Paul whispered. He bent down and kissed him. Gaylord trembled and sank back onto the fur. "I should go. I can't stay too long. Maybe they're asleep." "Should we call?" "No, I don't think so." The two arms, like Doric columns, pressed the sides of his waist. His own arms still stretched beyond them. Now he placed them on the columns. A faint smile played on his lips. A violent pounding hit within his chest. He felt no strangeness, no sense of contrast or of vanished time. And yet, "I'll take you home. Don't worry," Paul murmured. "I'm not worried." "You're awfully sweet." The columns broke and went around his neck. A gear seemed to shift in his mind. He spoke hurriedly. "You are too." His arms patted the shoulders over him. "You are very nice, Paul. I had a wonderful time tonight. Thanks to you." He smiled, a childlike grin. "That was some party, wasn't it? First time I've ever been to one like that." "It is?" Paul asked with surprise. "Funny. Jean didn't have any girls there, isn't it?" "It all depends on the way you look at it." Paul grinned and patted Gaylord's cheeks. He saw him watching him with an odd expression. "All those boys should have been girls, Gay. Nature just played a dirty trick on them. Funny? It is funny. Boys that should have been girls, and girls that should have been boys." His expression changed, became serious. "Just a bunch of innocent sheep. That's what we are, trying to find happiness in our own little way. Being whipped, cursed, and slaughtered by the noble ones who think that we are trying to corrupt their evil sexual selves. Throwing young and innocent kids in jail unless they can pay off some Shasta lawyer, cop, or judge. They're the ones who should be locked up. Those that bleed the young minds that fall in the dirty, filthy traps they set. Instead of helping, they destroy." He shook his head as if in great grief. "Oh, Gay, the whole thing is a mess. It breathes of loathsomeness." He sighed deeply and looked tenderly into Gaylord's startled eyes. "Be careful, my little Gay. You're the kind they like to catch, the kind they like to take up to some damn doctor who's generally the biggest faggot of us all, and have him pump you with stupid questions, trying to make you all the time. Then he always wants to give shots. Shots. He wants to change you. God knows they can't. I've had them." "Paul? What?" "What's a faggot?" "A faggot? You don't know what a faggot is?" Their cheeks touched with a shuddering, continuous laugh. Paul gripped Gaylord tightly in his arms. "I guess I'm just dumb." "Oh, Gay. I'm sorry. Here I've been talking like a condemned old man. I thought you knew all about faggots and gay life." "You sound like you know what you're talking about. How old are you, Paul?" "I'm 27. And I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I get carried away sometimes, and I didn't want you to get mixed up with all this mess. I'm sure of one thing, though. I know what a faggot is. A faggot is the name one feminine boy calls another. Now, do you know what a faggot is?" "I think I do. Let's forget this serious stuff. I'm sorry I got so rattled. You know what a faggot is. You know how one works?" "No." "I'll show you. How's that?" Gaylord gazed at Paul. What could he say to that? Paul touched his hair, adjusting the wave on his head. Then he reached down and put his hands behind his neck, locking them there. "Gay," he whispered. "Is this the way a faggot works?" Gaylord tried to grin. Paul gave him a quick kiss and sat up. "Stinker, here I was trying to make love to you." "Oh, I'm going to take this tie off. Do you mind?" "I don't mind." He watched the other untie the knitted silk and place it on a small end table. Watched him unbutton his shirt and throw it across the chair. "I'm going to do a strip tease for you, too," Paul teased, unfastening his pants. "Claude's not the only one who can. And I'm doing it the hard way, without music." Gaylord watched, looked through the semi-nude physique. It was standing on the streets of the French Quarter amid the rows of spoiled bricks and flashing signs. It moved among feminine men who sat in smoke-filled clubs, among mannish women who sipped exotic drinks from skull-shaped goblets. It floated over the broadness of Canal Street. It glided down the miles of streetcar lines. Over the heads of blacks, yellows, and whites it flew. There, over the river, from the mist of the steamboat whistle, it became wet and came back to the sides of the fur-lined bed to get warm. It was no dream. It spoke to him. "You've got to take these off, remember?" Gaylord grinned and flushed. He looked from the face to the underwear the other was fingering. He remembered Claude's nude body, the way it looked. The mattress gave under him as he moved towards Paul. With shaking hands, he unfastened the shorts. "There," he flushed. The underwear dropped slightly, showing the navel and a line of dark wiry hair. He started to lay back down. "Oh no, you've got to pull them down," teased Paul. "I do." "You do," grinned Paul. "Well." Gaylord leaned over again and drew down the underwear, while wave after wave of excitement went shuddering through him. He felt even dizzier than he had at the club, and his heart beat as though it would break through the cage of his ribs. Paul's body came clear and even closer. Gaylord tried not to breathe, to stifle the swallowing sound of his throat. The room rang out in a whisper. "Don't be afraid of Paul. He likes you. He's your friend. Don't be afraid. Abide with us restless seekers of love, and we shall teach you." He listened to hear if the imagined call would continue, listened for the soft voice to tell him more, but it was gone. All the endeavors of his life seemed drawn into the blazing fulfillment of this moment. He asked himself if he was really here, if this was really happening. In his own experience, when something was about to happen to him, particularly anything rather unpleasant, he always had a vague sort of preview of what was coming. It was like a net in which he had been caught, but it was not unpleasant to be caught. In fact, he did not want to escape. There was joy in the captivity, and in it all the freedom that his former life had never given him. Gaylord could only lay there baffled. He wanted to touch Paul's hair softly and tell him that it was all right. He wanted to put his arms around him and draw him close to him, but the idea still seemed preposterous. Paul's hands found Gaylord's face and moved over each ear, and then his head bent, lips met his, and they were warm and loving. After a moment, they drew away. Gaylord fixed them with his gaze, taking their image to his brain to hold through the darkness he knew was coming. Faggot. He had received his answer to this question, and now what new mysteries were soon to unfold? Paul raised his hand, and with a magic touch, the light faded. The luminous naked figure darkened. Again he felt lips on his, and the knot went from Gaylord's throat. He felt his shirt being opened and pulled from his trousers. Should he get up and fly from the room before it was too late? Fly from the hands feeling, groping? Again his throat choked up, his legs tightened. He heard a voice and raised his body, obeying a command softly spoken. He filled his vision with Paul, drawing at his shirt, imagining the fingers fumbling around each button. Passion was tearing his limbs. The weight of a love mate was crushing him as he felt warm breath over his naked hard nipples. Visions of what was happening came as clear as reality, with a million thoughts. He grabbed at the head on his chest. "Don't, Paul," he panted. "That tickles." In the darkness, he saw the burning eyes, felt the dripping lips on his again. "Let's take these off," Paul whispered, and without waiting for an answer, he unbuckled the belt and pulled the zipper. He jerked at the trousers as if the eagerness of his love could not wait. "Wait," breathed Gaylord, sinking deep into the fur. "Let's don't. Please." Gaylord's eyes filled with fright as he looked up at Paul, but the expression on the darkened face he saw, so eloquently sincere and miserable, killed the other protest on his lips. He said humbly, "Well." His mind could not sustain. He was afraid this was all wrong. But his whole life had been wrong. All the evenings of his life had been dyed in a cloak of morbid gray. The lost years ebbed with a waning voice in the cloak's creases, cuts where tears soaked its flimsy fabric. Yes, he had cried himself to sleep many times, but he had been fated to live after all, chosen for a task that called for more than ordinary strength. He and only he had stood on the rim of mysterious deeds, and had had that deep vision, that passionate, wildlike dream. Gaylord knew what he wanted. He knew he would remember this night all his life. He held the hands on his trousers, and a nerve in his thigh began to jerk, and his body seemed out of control. His hands trembled so that he knew Paul would know he was afraid. He didn't want that. Somehow, this moment was longer than all the rest of his life together, or rather, the forms had been subtly changed and hidden by a veil. "Why are you trembling, Gay?" Paul whispered. There seemed so much warmth and tenderness in his question. "If you don't want to." "I'm all right," uttered Gaylord, removing his hands, which were holding those on his trousers. "You want to?" "I don't know." In the soft light, he saw Paul's face. He gave in to his emotions and pulled down at the base of Paul's neck, like one wishing to uproot a little tree without hurting it, pressed the lips down on his, reminding himself that this was an old friend or perhaps a long-lost lover he was about to kiss. When their lips parted, he began to tremble again. He clung to Paul as though for support. They embraced again, and his trembling increased. He seemed unable to control it. He might have been afraid. He felt the warm hands at his trousers again, and when a soft voice asked him to raise a little, he did as he was bid. A hammer seemed to be hitting the sides of his skull. He felt dizzy on feeling sticky fingers on his naked legs. He shut his eyes and opened them again when he heard his shoes hit the floor. He heard this, and because he was afraid of white shadows on the black ceiling, closed his eyes again. He pictured himself standing at the threshold of a door, about to lunge into the delirious festive rites. The ceremonial day that he had spent a lifetime preparing was at hand. A warm gush was covering his body, coming from a sky-reflecting pool. He saw white pillars and a shrine. He heard distant voices calling. The sound was muddled, appealing, with a note of sadness. He should have asked this gracious boy about time past. Surely he would know the answer to the riddle that had puzzled him for so long. He was happy to be here, glad that he had followed Paul's beckoning hand down the mystic river of life, back to the gates of time, the beginning of himself. Paul knew the answer. Later he would ask and learn. Gently and slowly his tumid shorts left his body, and in their place was a warmness, like scented spring water, dripping gently over him. His heart pounded, flamed as the drops passed over his tingling skin. Now, in the still of night, Gaylord LeClarie was carried on a magic carpet of ermine, over the dark earth, which had no boundaries in time and space, where lurked melodious and far-fetched names and elfin and perplexed peoples, and which was by itself only a name melodious and far-fetched. And lying there, he dreamed he was floating among twinkling stars, and as he passed them, they reached out and touched him, kissed his naked body with fevered kisses. He felt their soft caress move over his legs, linger on life-giving parts, growing moist and warm. He was helpless in their domain, and was half-blinded by their brilliant reflection that leaped from the shimmering sky. He wanted to lie forever on this soft magic fur, wanted to feel the kisses of his nakedness until time grew out, to dream he was part of them and still nothing. He was traveling fast now, shooting past comets, stars, and growing hotter and hotter. He should turn back. Quick, quick. But he had gone too far. He was almost at the sun. It was scorching hot now, and their cool kisses had suddenly turned to steam. His carpet, his beautiful magic carpet, had suddenly burst in flames. And the stars sprang shrieking into flight, taking with them everything, draining him of his beautiful dream, tossing him back into reality. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 19 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 19. The careless slam of a downstairs door echoed dully in Gaylord's ear. He sat up abruptly and rubbed his eyes. What a shame, he thought, with unreasonable despair. I wonder what would have happened next. Darn, Dad, wish he wouldn't get up so early. And when he does, wish he'd be a little quiet. He had been dreaming the most wonderful dream. He looked at his watch, 5 minutes of 7, and sank back on the wrinkled pillow. He closed his eyes and tried to recapture the dream, but instead, Paul Boudreau repeated words and sentences. There are thousands like you, Gay. You're not the only one, my dear, so don't let it upset you too much. This has been going on since the beginning of time and will probably continue for a long time to come. Man-loving man and woman-loving woman. No, dear, you're not a freak of nature. Far from that. You're a sweet, flustered little boy, afraid to do the things that seem natural to you. But aren't we all just a little afraid? I know it's hard to feel free around a bunch of naked boys, but God knows I've felt the same way for years. I've gone through the same heartaches. We all do. Promise me one thing out of all I've said. Remember this. Whoever or whatever you love is beautiful. Well, love is beautiful. It depends on you, your words and actions, if it becomes ugly. Here in New Orleans, you grow smart young. You're not a virgin very long here, and that goes for me, too. I was brought out while very young. Would you believe it? I've never had sex with a woman. I tried once and ran home, left her laying naked in bed. I just couldn't do it. So, you see, if having sex with a woman makes a man out of you, you're more of a man than I will ever be. Try, Gay, to take things as they come. It's really the best way. If you want to have sex with a girl, have it. If it's Bob you want, well, all kids play with each other at least once in their life, so don't feel that you and Bob are the only ones. You haven't done anything that isn't being done right now in lots of places. You might find the right girl someday. I don't know. You may fall in love with a man. And it's a hard life if you do. It's not easy, Gay. Not easy at all. Were you shocked at me? Do you think I'm terrible? Could you do what I did? You don't think so. Well, I hope you don't. You're sort of bisexual now. That is, you don't know what you want, but I'm afraid from what you've told me about Bob that you're not going to be that way for long. Do what seems natural for you. It's too bad that mothers make the mistake in raising boys like you and thousands of others do the same thing. Sometimes, I believe if I would have been raised more like a boy instead of like a girl, I might have been different. Who knows? If you find you want to change, that you want to get married, talk to your family doctor. There are some good ones. The one I went to was very understanding. He told me frankly it all depended on myself, and that he was afraid even myself couldn't change my ways. Then I went to another. He gave me those shots. All they did was make me hotter than ever, and not for women either. Still, they may work for others. I doubt it. He sure was a quack, and there are lots of them. The last time I went to him, he tried to make me. I asked him if he had taken the shots. He said, "Hell no, I'm satisfied the way I am." I never went back to him. You heard Jean mention Arnold. We lived together for over a year, happy too. I thought a lot of him. I don't think a married couple could have been any happier. Then he started drinking more than he could hold, and I couldn't take it. He started running around. One day I came home and found a note he had left with another boy. Said he was in love this time for sure. Funny, huh? It wasn't funny to me. I was absolutely lost. Miserable. 3 weeks later, he came back and wanted to start all over again. But the love I had for him was gone. I couldn't see him, and still Deep in my heart, I wanted him so bad. I've just gotten over that. I still think about him, but when I found out he was using dope, I was through. I've done things I'm not too proud of, but some things I'll never do. I'll forget him, for he made our love ugly, repulsive. There's bound to be someone else, I keep telling myself, someone who'll give me a clean companionship. Sure, I could love you, Gay. Who couldn't love you? You're the sweetest boy I've ever met, and you all's from Texas. Maybe I'd better go to Texas for a while, huh? You'll write to me, won't you? I want you to. Don't let this be a one-night affair. It isn't to me. I want to be your friend, Gay. If you have troubles and would like to tell them to me, I'll do my best to help you. Write them to me. And be careful who you go out with. I should give you this advice, shouldn't I? But see, I could have been nasty. I could have been a plainclothesman. I could have hurt you. You could have hurt me, too. We both took a chance. Don't take too many chances. Be careful who you go out with, who you give your love to. For whoever or whatever you love, love is beautiful. Remember that. Between the white sheets, Gaylord propped his legs. With his eyes still closed, he repeated the words just heard. Whoever or whatever you love is beautiful. Bob. The name lingered after he opened his eyes. Bob, he thought, and his flesh tingled. I'm going to see Bob today. I can be with Bob. An hour later, a tired but happy Gaylord walked lazily into his schoolroom. He sat at his desk, watching Joy walk up the aisle, her hips softly moving. It was the first time he had seen her since that afternoon. Hello, Gay, she said simply. Hello, Joy. He blushed, remembering that afternoon. She walked past and sat at her desk. He wanted to say something nice, but his throat felt tongue-tied. Glenn Rogers appeared and broke the tenseness. Hi, Gay. Have a nice trip? Sure did, Glenn. When did you get back? Last night. Miss Gray tapped her pencil on the desk. Glenn, she said, you and Gaylord refrain from talking while in this room. Yes, ma'am, sputtered Glenn. Gaylord was silent, but some girl behind giggled. He was glad it wasn't Joy. A sound of high heels tapped past the door only to be broken by the sudden clanging of the school bell. There was a mad scramble of books and legs. Gaylord looked at Joy as she passed, but she only smiled. She's mad, he thought, and I don't blame her. Glenn Rogers came up to him. His face beamed with joy and excitement. How was the trip? You got to tell me all about it. Joy was forgotten as New Orleans came back into his mind. Jean Limbo's apartment, the large divan, the smoke-filled air, the pasty faces, Claude's naked body, Paul's. Wonderful, Glenn. I had a wonderful time. I wish you could have been along. I wish I could have, too. They strolled down the corridor. Gaylord was saying, I don't know where to begin. What did you do? Gaylord thought a moment. Well, for one thing, I went to a party. And what a party. It was mad. He wasn't sure if he had used the word correctly, but he had heard someone at Jean's use the expression. Mad? Who was mad? Everybody. Sounds goofy to me. Gaylord laughed. It was that too. Crazy. That's the only word I could think of. Mad. I almost got drunk. You did? Uh-huh. Did you meet any cute gals at the party? Dusty, Gaylord thought, and said, I met one. She was something you'd never meet here. Pretty? Gosh, yes. Gaylord squared his shoulders. I'd say she was pretty. She was a Lulu. Sweet, too. Did you go out with her? Rogers grinned and tossed the damp hair from his forehead. Gaylord laughed in a series of chuckles. Oh, Glenn. Tell me, Gay. Glenn Rogers, stop cracking your knuckles. I'll tell you. She was okay. Fun. What else happened? Did you go to the cathedral? Yeah, Sunday. Gosh, it was beautiful. Gaylord sighed. Then we went on down Royal Street, looked in all the shops, went to the cemeteries, down to the Mississippi and looked at the boats. Oh, we just went everywhere. He stopped, noticing a glistening head of hair coming toward them. The face was blurred with another in front of it. It's Bob, he thought, and his blood beat rapidly. Here comes Bob. He had called Blake this morning around 7:30, but his mother had informed him he had left, Going down the hall, he had been watching for him. He saw the face, and his spirits dropped. "Hi, Gay." The glistening-haired boy smiled. "Hi, Ramon." He smiled, but his heart wasn't in it. "Well, here's where I stop," Rogers said with disgust. "Darn geometry, and I don't know that problem this morning either." Putting a hand on Gaylord's shoulder, he added a couple of slaps and said softly, "Missed you yesterday, Gay." "Thanks for saying so. I mean it. I missed you too." "See you at lunch?" Glenn asked. "Yeah, I'll see you. Bye." He continued down the hall alone. "Hi, sissy," a dissipated, dirty face cried. Gaylord turned red. His mouth tightened. Then his lips twisted in a sneering smile. "You dumb, ugly-faced baboon." He didn't care if he had been heard. He lengthened his steps. "Well, I'll be goddamned," thought the boy, scratching his head. He watched Gaylord's graceful stride, uttered again, "Well, I'll be damned." Class in the gymnasium was hard and tiring. It smelled of sweat and dirty feet. He tried not to breathe the vile air as he sprung up and down, up and down. His body ached. He must breathe. His hands flew over his head. Together, apart, wide apart. Together. 1, 2, 3, 4, and over again. "At ease," yelled the gym teacher. Gaylord stood there panting, sweat covering his forehead. The teacher went right on yelling, "Keep them wide apart, fellas. Hey, you on the end. Stretch those things you call arms a little more. Touch those ceiling beams, at least try to. What's the matter with you? Got a corncob up your ass or something? Spread out those legs farther." They stood there with their hands on their hips, taking the nasty words. They were mostly boys, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 years old. Gaylord stood looking at his classmates, his face wet. Darn, he knew his hair was a mess. He looked at the boy next to him. He had a flat nose and pimples, big pimples with yellow centers. He turned away quickly and rubbed his nose. "Okay," cried the instructor. "Let's do this like men and not like a bunch of lovesick girls. Come on now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Muscles, thought Gaylord. I've got to have big muscles. I've got to be strong. I've got to be able to protect myself. I've got to be strong. Strong. I've got to be like Bob. Bob. Arms went out everywhere, reaching, filling the musty air. Gaylord's, with Blake's name on his lips, reached even higher, stretched greedily for the beam so high above him. "Good, LeClaire. That's good. Keep it up," cried the instructor. After a shower, Gaylord walked back to his locker. He walked over the wet floor at a normal pace. "Hi, Jack," he said, slapping a naked buttock belonging to a boy bending over a stool tying his shoe. "Hi. Oh, hello, Gay." A surprised look spread over his face. It was the first time Gaylord LeClaire had ever done anything like that. Gaylord walked on. He looked to the door that led outside the gym, then back again at the laughing, talking, wrestling boys. He reached his locker, opened it, and took out his underwear. He paused, thought, should I take off this towel right now like the rest of them do? Should I stand here naked the way they do? He decided he would, and took the towel from around his waist. He laid his underwear on the bench, sat there naked and dried his feet. He turned his lowered head and squinted around the room to the others. "Has that red-headed bastard gone?" someone asked. "Yeah," another voice answered. "Thank God. Damn, I'm dying for a cigarette. Give me one." Gaylord watched him puff and inhale the smoke. A fat naked kid of 15 passed him. "Hi, Gay." Gaylord returned the same greeting and slipped his dried feet into his socks. He felt strong hands on his shoulders and then a slight whack. "How's my buddy?" Gaylord knew instantly whom the voice belonged to. He dropped the shoe from his hand and reached for the towel which he placed over his naked lap, said, "Oh, Bob. Hi, I'm fine." "How's New Orleans?" "Wonderful. Simply wonderful. How've you been, Bob?" Blake smiled. "Okay." Then he whispered, "Missed you, though." He put his foot on the bench. "There's no place like it." He grinned and shook his head. "No, sir, no place. I learned a hell of a lot in New Orleans. Yeah, it's some town." "Did you have fun?" He lit a cigarette. "Wish I could have gone with you." I wish you could have too, he answered, an enigmatic look in his eyes. What had Blake done in New Orleans? Had he gone to a party too? The same kind he had attended? What people had he met? The same kind he had? Did you happen to meet a Paul Boudreau when you were there, Bob? Paul Boudreau? No, I don't think so. He scratched his head. I don't know too many people there. Didn't meet too many either. Does he play football? No. What does he look like? Like you. Like me? Blake put a finger on his fresh laundered shirt. He reminded me of you, Gaylord said, slipping his legs through his underwear. Fastening them, he got up and drew his trousers from the locker and put them on. Bob, he said, may I have a cigarette? Blake unconsciously handed him the lighted cigarette he was smoking, said, he reminded you of me. His eyes danced between the dark eyelashes. Huh, he paused. He did he? What did you and this guy do, huh? Gaylord did not answer. He puffed the cigarette and coughed. Suddenly, he was busy dressing. Come on, confess, Blake grinned. What did you do? They're watching us, Gaylord answered softly. Oh, to hell with them. What did you do? What do you think we did? That's what I'm asking. They grinned at each other, and then Gaylord asked, what did you do over the weekend? Oh, you want to change the subject, huh? I think we'd better, don't you? I don't see why. I just asked a simple question. A simple question? Yeah, a simple question. Not that simple to me, Bob. It isn't? No, it isn't. Blake took his foot off the bench and lit another cigarette. Said, what do you mean? Nothing wrong, is there, Gay? His wide grin tightened, then relaxed, and smoke came from between his lips. He put his other foot on the bench. No, said Gaylord. There's nothing wrong. I just found out about... About what? About myself. Blake's eyes were tender and his voice soft. About yourself? Yes. Gaylord looked at him, his eyes amorous and moistened. What else did you do? Shot back Blake with a quick smile. I think I know. Why? Shh. Here come some of the fellas, he whispered. Yeah, he said real loud. That New Orleans is some hot town. Who knows, Gay? You might have screwed the same whore I did. He laughed and slapped Gaylord's shoulder. Hi, Bob. Gay? One of the boys said. Hi, they both answered together. The boys looked back with a curious look. Gaylord LeClaire screwing a whore. Ha, that was a laugh. Bob busts me nuts. Why did he hang around with that sissy for? Still, Bob was like that. Thanks to everybody. Gaylord had finished dressing. I've got to go, Bob. Yeah, so do I. How about lunch? No, I can't. I've got to pick up Mother. How about tonight? Can I come by? You know you can. About 7:30? Anytime. I'll be home, breathed Gaylord. He wished he could have added, waiting for you. See you tonight, then. Tonight. He left it suspended. He would know that the word meant an eternity. Blake patted his arm. Probably at 7. I'll be there right after supper. Bye, Gay. He turned and left. Gaylord's very soul seemed to follow the swaying strides. All life, all time had gone from him and mixed themselves among the glistening air. He had become lifeless, and the arms that closed his locker door were bloodless pieces of flesh, and the legs that now moved were its continuation of floating veins. Tuesday afternoon, a soft rain began to fall. It was still raining when Gaylord pulled his car to the wet curb in front of Roger's home. Thanks for the lift, Gay, Roger smiled. Will you come in for a while? No, I guess I'd better get home, and you're more than welcome. Wish it wasn't so nasty, cried Rogers. Looking at the clean-cut face, Gaylord asked, Why, Glenn? Rain makes me lonesome, Rogers squirmed in his seat. I hate to sit in the house. Then, with a wide grin, Say, how about a show? Can I take you to a show after supper? I can't tonight. Some other night, huh? Rogers dropped his head, and Gaylord knew he was disappointed. Yeah, he said, and tried to force a smile. Some other time. They were silent and awkward sitting so close to each other. Gaylord apologized. I wish I could go tonight. That's okay. The dimples deepened. Thanks for the lift. He slapped Gaylord's leg and opened the car door. I'll come by for you in the morning. Same time? Rogers nodded. The rain splattered across his face. He waved and ran for the house. Gaylord drove away. Here was his house now. He turned the car into the water-soaked driveway. The shrubbery looked fresh and strong, and the house looked retired behind it as though withdrawing from the busy street. He left his car under the carport and went inside. The house was cool and empty. He went to his room. On his dresser was a large sheet of white paper, his mother's handwriting on it. Under the paper was a gray envelope. It had a special delivery stamp on it, and was postmarked New Orleans. Paul, he cried breathlessly. He read his mother's note hurriedly. Gay, dear, I am at the beauty shop if you want me. Love, Mother. Then he tore open the gray envelope. End of chapter 19. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 20 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 20. My dear Gay, I have just hung up the phone, and after hearing your voice again, maybe for the last time, I feel morbid and sad. It was so good to hear you again, and I know I talked too long, but I just couldn't hang up. You were probably busy packing for your return trip to Cotton, even though you said you had nothing to do. Now that I've hung up the receiver, I feel like crying. Yes, just plain bawling. Already tears are hard to keep off this paper before me. My hand is shaking, and you'll probably have a hard time reading this letter. Here I am, a grown man, supposed to be, crying like a baby. I don't know why. Yes, I do too. I'm afraid I won't see you again. Right now, while I'm writing, I'm tempted to call you, to tell you that I already miss you. Just to know that all I have to do is dial your hotel, and I'll hear your voice again is too much. Forgive me, Gay, but I must talk to you again. I can't even think. Words don't seem to come to this troubled and mixed brain that I'm supposed to have in my stupid head. I must call you. I will. Now that I've talked to you again, I feel better. Or do I? Thanks for saying you'll miss me, for I'll miss you in so many ways. I know it's sudden to say such things, but life is sudden. Short. Things happen so quickly, maybe one should say the things he wants to instead of keeping them inside. You must know how I feel. Saturday night was wonderful, and I hope that all of my talking didn't scare you. Sunday was wonderful too. I'm glad that I was able to show you and your parents the town. So glad it was me, not someone else. I guess by now you've left the hotel. Remember, you told me you were just leaving. You didn't lie to me, did you, Gay? You were ready to leave. Or did you just want to get rid of me? My mind is full of doubt. No, you didn't lie. Forgive me, but I just had to call, and they told me you had just checked out. Forgive me, but I just had to. I've been lied to so much the past 8 years that it's hard to believe people anymore. I hope that we never lie to each other. Don't ever lie to me, Gay. Please, don't ever lie to me. I'll never lie to you. You don't lie to those you love. Did I bore you with my past Saturday night? You're the only one who knows the way I felt toward Arnold. Gene thinks he does, but he couldn't. He's too giddy to believe in real love. Still, we never know what lies behind the thoughts of the giddy ones, do we? I just made a cup of coffee, and I'm using the same cup you used. Just to know you held it makes me tingle all over. Silly, perhaps, but nice. I shall never forget you. You will come back after school. You did mean it when you said you would spend a week with me. Here I am in doubt again. Doubting. Guess that's my name right now. I hope your mother and father liked me. I thought they were grand. Your mother is charming, and I hope your father didn't read my mind when he thanked me for being so nice to you. He's so good looking. You look like him, and yet you look like your mother, too. Thank them for asking me to visit you. Maybe I will someday. It would be nice to see your house, your town, to be around the things belonging to you. Oh, Gay, it would be so easy to be nice to you the rest of my life. Spoil and pet you, love you. The next days and weeks are going to be awfully long without you. I just glanced at this messed up bed and could see you on it, kicking and laughing as I undressed you. I had no idea you were so innocent. And when you asked me what a faggot was, I almost choked. You seemed so willing to do everything. I thought you had had affairs before. I don't mean just playing like you and Bob did. Every boy has done that. I used to, and before I was brought out, it was fun. But that was long ago. Looking back, I can see that you were innocent, and I should have known it. That party must have startled you, seeing and talking to all those gay boys. I wish I would have known at the time, but I was so jealous of Claude shoving his naked bod almost in your face. I wasn't thinking of innocent things. Especially when he took you in the bathroom. I was wondering what you two were doing, and I almost got up and knocked on the door. Those few minutes you were gone seemed years. I could have clawed his eyes out. I was startled when you called me Bob, afraid you were waiting for someone. I just knew you were gay. I wondered about Bob then, and I do now. Bob. I'm afraid I don't like him. Right now I hate him. Hate him enough to fight for you, and I don't even know him. But he has held you in his arms, and maybe right now you two are together. He must be gay himself, or have a tendency toward it. They say normal men don't kiss other men. Like hell they don't. They do worse than that. I've known some so-called normal men that would put a belle to shame by some of the things they want to do. Normal. What's normal and what's abnormal? Isn't it merely a point of view? I ask myself. I'm sorry about what I said about Bob. Again, I say I'm sorry, but I'm jealous of him. It's a miserable feeling. A feeling that I have no right to feel, but I do, gay. And I guess it's there, and I can't do a thing about it. I was looking for love when you came along, gay. You were it. But you're in love. I wonder if Bob loves you. Has he told you he does? Do you love him? Here again, I'm selfish and hoping you don't. I have a date tonight with Greg Broussard. I think I mentioned him to you. He's a very nice kid, but I don't know now. Now that you came into my life, I'm sort of planning for it to continue. Right now, I'm afraid I'd be bad company for anyone except you. This letter is probably all jumbled, but my mind is the same way, still in the clouds where you left it. Write me real soon. I can hardly wait until I hear from you. It has just started raining. I hope it doesn't make your trip home unpleasant. For me, it is perfect. For today, I don't want to see the sun. Greg just called, and I told him I couldn't see him tonight. A headache is always a good excuse, isn't it? Tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow things will straighten out. Who knows? Remember the old saying, absence makes the heart restless, or something like that. Please destroy this letter as soon as you finish it. Don't even read it over. Please don't. Just tear it up. I keep wanting to tell you I miss you and love you, wondering too if I said too many strange things to you that Saturday night. Wondering what you really think of me. Wondering. So many things. Wondering about your Bob. Come back to me soon. Real soon. I can't help loving you. P.S. Thank your parents for a lovely dinner Sunday and give them my kindest regards. P. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 21 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 21. The rain hit on the metal top of Blake's car, parked alongside a dark graveled country road, and a dim light inside silhouetted two heads, one pressed against the glass of the car door, the other bent forward as if in deep thought. Gaylord watched breathless as Blake read the letter, watched him devour Paul's words on the slips of gray paper. Not once did he glance at Gaylord or even speak. Gaylord looked through the wet glass, out into the night through the driving rain. There was nothing anywhere to be seen. His hands lay nervously in his lap, and his head ached dully, both from fatigue and from his efforts to keep from wondering. It would not do to wish he had destroyed the letter. It was too late to even think of such a thing. Paul had told him to destroy it. Why hadn't he? Tear up this letter. Don't even read it again. He remembered every word. There seemed to be bands of iron wrapped around his heart, welded there by some unknown power, and though he burst asunder, he could not escape. He was aware after a time that Blake had finished the letter and was looking at him, the letter still in his hand. Stiffly, he turned and tried to smile. Blake unfolded the letter and began searching. After turning several pages, he stopped and read out loud, "I wonder if you really love Bob." He stopped and looked up. "Do you, Gay? Do you love him?" He read the letter without looking at it. Gaylord experienced an emotion of complete bewilderment. He remembered how pleasant it had been to explore with Blake those things he had always dreamed of, remembered how youthful and eager he had seemed. But now something had swept all that beauty away, leaving only a more bewildering life, and a crushing sense of intolerable shame made his shoulders sag. "Why am I so confused?" Gaylord wanted to scream. "Do you?" Blake whispered. He dropped the letter on the seat and turned out the light. "Do you, Gay?" he asked again. "Oh, Bob!" Gaylord cried and flung himself into the arms that went around him. He tried to recall just what he had planned to say after Blake had finished, but he couldn't. He reached up and touched the bronze face, shoved back the glistening wisp of hair from the broad forehead. His whole body was one big ache, and the pain inside of his head was fierce, like a tornado. His lips came apart, but he said nothing. At that moment, there was nothing to be said. "Well?" Blake whispered. "Oh, Bob, he cried. "Don't answer now if you don't want to. Go on and cry. Get it out of your system." "Oh, but I do love you," Gaylord was thinking. "That's the trouble. It's not right. I don't want to be like those I saw in New Orleans. I want to, and I don't. I don't know what to do. Our loves, it'll never last. Because," Blake broke in on his thoughts, "guess this Paul is some fellow. Sure can write a letter. I don't like to write." Blake reached for the other's chin. "Feel better?" "I guess you think I'm an awful baby," Gaylord choked. "I don't know what's the matter with me. There's nothing wrong with you, and you know I don't think you're an awful baby." "Bob?" "Huh? Do you think I'm a queer?" "I wouldn't call you a queer. What would you call me?" Gaylord heard himself asking. "A faggot?" With this, Blake smiled. He began chuckling, and then uncontrollable laughter shook his entire body. Gaylord looked at him. He found himself waiting for the next move, braced and eager because he didn't know what words would follow. He was half frightened and half angry. Whether because of his own words or Blake's actions, he could not tell. Now, as he waited for the answer to his question, he couldn't tell if Blake was laughing at him or at the question, or whether what he was feeling was not something akin to sarcasm. "You're some pistol," Blake grinned, and pulling up the tear-streaked face, kissed the lips. "And if I'd called you a faggot, I'd add pretty right in front of it." He paused a second. "No, I wouldn't," he went on. "I'd add beautiful." Gaylord felt the masculine arms around him. They felt both good and bad. "Oh, Bob, what are we going to do?" "Should I tell you?" He made a move. No, not that." "Why not?" Because why?" He made another move, and Gaylord drew away his hand from where Blake had placed it. "Do you like me a little? Just a little bit, Bob?" "Sure, my beautiful little faggot. I like you a whole lot. Don't this prove it?" Again, he put Gaylord's hand on his lap. He was a faggot. In Blake's eyes, he was exactly that. What was Blake? What would Blake think if he had called him a faggot? He wouldn't like it. Neither did he. "You don't love me, do you? Let's don't say we love each other yet, Gay." "Why?" "Because..." And for an instant, there was only the noise of the rain beating down on the car. There had been a look of repression in Blake's eyes, grotesque and something more. What was it? Gaylord knew with finality that he was caught up in Blake, bound to him by some strange power, to sit waiting always for his next move, to obey his command, to withdraw, only to come back again at his call. He would do anything Blake wanted. He was as common as the worst he had met in New Orleans. There was no escape from the blind drive toward a destiny of ruthless years, and they would be ruthless, cruel, jealousy at every corner. Paul had told him that, and he had eyes. He could see. "Bob, what do you think of me? Am I wrong? You do like me, don't you?" Blake laughed a throaty, hoarse sound. "Course, Gay." The sound indulged Gaylord. It continued, "A hell of a lot." "Do you love someone else?" "No. Come on, Gay. Let's—" He squeezed Gaylord's hand. "You go out with so many. What about all the rest of the guys you've been to bed with?" Blake's voice had changed and now became questioning. A tremble ran through Gaylord's body. "The rest, Bob?" he asked, plucking at Blake's pants. "The rest. Who else?" "What about Paul? He loves you." "So he says." Gaylord had forgotten that. Yes, Paul did say he loved him. He had said other things too, had told him about so many strange things about homosexual life, his life, for wasn't he one too? Paul's clear eyes were before him. The same far-off look that had penetrated them when he had said goodbye was still there. Sad eyes. Sad because in this world they had nothing they could claim. Perhaps love for one night or a week, maybe a month, but not for always. They only saw things possessed by others, and Blake had the same look. It was all too complicated. But who did Blake mean when he said the rest? There had only been Paul, no one else. His mind was muddled, confused. Everything was mocking him. "I told you about Paul, Bob. I even let you read his letter, thinking it would bring us closer together, but when you say the rest, who do you mean?" "Oh. Tell me. I've got to know." "Forget it. Don't be so serious. Life's too short. I didn't mean that. Let's have some fun. Come on." Gaylord felt the strong arms embrace him again, and he allowed Blake to take his hand and lead it. He felt Blake's hard, warm flesh. It shot an electric current through him. He tried to free his hand, but Blake held firm. He couldn't, not tonight. Tonight it would be kind of blasphemy to make love in the presence of his thoughts. He didn't want to be that way now. He wanted something more than only a few moments. He remembered his feelings toward Paul after it was all over. Somewhere in his mind, slow black clouds appeared. A bed, a long, dismal hall leading to a dark, varnished door. A shiny nameplate. A voice that sounded like the one who had just spoken, said, "Never lie to me. Never lie to me. I'll never lie to you. Never, never, never lie." The word lie dug deep in his brain. Well, Blake had lied. He had meant it when he had said the rest, but now he wanted to forget it because he was anxious for love. Love for one night. One night and then what? Lies and one-night stands. All through life he must endure it. Even Blake was like that. He only wanted sex. He didn't love anyone. "There's never been a rest. Never been anyone but you and Paul," he muttered quickly and turned his face toward Blake. "I didn't do anything. I swear I didn't." "Hell, Gay, I know you didn't. I don't know why I said it. Let's forget it. Come on. We're wasting time, and I can't go on like this forever." How could he say such a thing? And why had he been such a fool to allow himself to become involved in Blake? But he had been involved all his life with lies and names, terrible names. He saw the sorrowful faces in the dimly lighted bar he had gone to in New Orleans. Pale faces without blood, faces full with lines of pain, grief, and underneath artificial laughter, heartaches, was so plain to him now. He didn't want to become one of them, and he wasn't going to either. His face wasn't going to become shallow, puffy, circled. His life wasn't going to be one continuous long search. He hated anyone who was going to try to make it so. What about Blake? He wanted exactly that, and he didn't love him. He only wanted release, only wanted him for one thing, and before long he himself would become one of those unhappy creatures, one who would cast him aside after his carnal greed was fulfilled. There was something tearing and wild inside him, some need to attack and fight back. Tearing his hand from Blake's groin, he screamed, "Let go of my hand, Bob." But Blake didn't let go. Instead, he held tighter. "You can't back out now. Come on, you beautiful." "Let go," Gaylord cut in. He stiffened his back and jerked himself. But the hand was too powerful. "Let go of my hand," he cried again. "Gay, what the hell's wrong? Damn," he said in a shocked tone. "What in the devil did I do?" Then he grinned and tightened his grip. "Want to fight me for it, baby? You lied to me, Bob. So I'm a liar. You still love me, don't you?" He tried again to soothe him. "I can't love a liar." And this was the man he loved. Yes, he was the one, Robert Blake, a heathenish and wicked name for a man of the same nature, and to top all this, he was a liar. Gaylord beat at the strong chest and tried to free his one arm. "You'll never get me to do that again, or say I love you. I hate you. Hate you. Hate you, you damn liar." "Now, Gay, this is too much. You are acting like a baby. You know I wouldn't lie to you." "Say you know I wouldn't lie to you," Blake said, still holding his grip. "I'm not going to let you loose until you say it. Come on, say it." Blake held fast to the struggling boy. He was still grinning and wondering why this had happened. "Come on, honey, let's don't fight. You know how I feel towards you." "No, I don't know. I know I hate you. You damn faggot," Gaylord moaned. "Me?" laughed Blake. "Yes, you." Gaylord didn't hesitate, but let his hand fall with all its strength across Blake's cheek. The sharp slap echoed in the glassed enclosure. "There, now are you going to let me go?" "Why you—" Blake grabbed the hysterical boy and shook him hard. "Now look," he said, "this has gone far enough. What the hell's wrong?" "Let me go," screamed Gaylord. "Sit down here and let me talk to you," Blake demanded. "You can't boss me around like you do everybody else. I don't want to talk to you," he shouted through tears and let go with another whip-like flash across Blake's cheek. Blake released his grip. He looked as if he had seen a two-headed giant. Gaylord sprang for the door. "Damn you, come back here," Blake shouted. "You're not getting out of here that easy." Blake grabbed and dragged the sobbing boy back. "There," he said, letting his hand fall on Gaylord's cheek with lightning force. "How do you like it?" Gaylord uttered a shrill cry of pain and tried for the door again. "Go on," Blake laughed out loud. "Go on, get out of here. I won't try to hold you." He pushed Gaylord closer to the open door. "If you want to go, go." "You're damn right I'm going," Gaylord sobbed and slammed the door after him. "And don't come back," cried Blake. There was only slush, ankle deep and with biting rocks, ahead of him now. There were only the rain gusts stinging his eyelids, only the cold ache in his fingers and the death ache in his heart. He was running, crying, stumbling down the rough water-filled ruts of the gravel road. "I hate him," he sobbed, knowing he didn't at all. "I hate everything. I wish I were dead." And he was sincere. He heard dimly the muffled voice of Blake calling, swearing. It came through the darkness, pistol shot clear. He ran on, looking neither to the right or the left, while the rain clung to his hair and flattened his shirt and trousers. He ran faster, and as he ran his lips moved in prayer, a strange rhapsodic prayer of his own invention. "Oh, God, everything's over. Finished now. Take back this life you gave me. Do not ask me to go on living. I can't bear it any more. You could have made me different. Why didn't you? Why did you make me fall in love with Blake? But no. You let me love him, knowing all the time it was all wrong. And now I've lost him. He's gone. Gone forever. And there's nothing left to live for. Strike me dead. Lightning, come down and rid me of this anguish, this torture." He stumbled hurriedly on, tears mingling with raindrops on his cheeks. He did not see the trees he passed. He was unaware of the rocks. He plunged on through the driving rain, his head bent, hearing old words in his heart. "You do remind me of Venus. I wouldn't hurt you." And again, Blake's bass rumble. "And I hope you have a lousy meal. Come on. Love me." His heart was breaking. He tried to push the dripping hair from his eyes. It was raining as if the whole heavens had opened up, and the rain was the tears of millions of angels who understood and were sorry for him, sorry they could not help him find his way. He was tired and his legs heavy. He had passed over the rocks and was now on a bridge. Its loose planks tore at him savagely, worrying his legs. It picked up needles of slush and flung them blindingly around his feet. It caught at his shoes and snatched at his trousers so that his head reeled dizzily, and he was aware that he was scared, lost in a downpour of cold glass arrows. The terror became panic, cutting and overpowering. There were moments when he thought he could hear Blake running after him, calling in a rich, deep voice for him to come back. But that too could not be, for Blake had left by now, and he was alone. Instead of slowing down, he ran faster, over the rocks and puddles. Into the blackness he staggered, past weird sounds reaching out trying to stop him, clutching and grabbing. He moaned because he was breathless, because even though he wanted to die, he was afraid of death, afraid of drowning in that endless crevice beneath the loose planks. Gay! Gay! Wait! He heard the voice, and it was God-sent. It rang in his ears, and he wanted to wait, but the nothingness in front urged him on. He glanced back, and in doing so, collapsed. He did not try to rise, but lay in the dirty slush, his head against his hands that touched rough gravel beneath him. Oh, if the slush were only deeper. Why doesn't it cover me completely? He cried inside. And all this misery of forever running away. Gay, cried Blake, his big hands tearing the soaked body from the guttered road. Sobbing, he sat down in the shallows and cradled Gaylord's head and shoulders across his knees and in his arms. He pushed back the hair still bound around the forehead and drew him close as if trying to protect him from the driving rain. Bob, oh Bob. I'm here, Blake cried and kissed the quivering lips. Your Bob's here. Don't cry, darling. I love you so much, Bob. So much. Gaylord's hands drew Blake closer. I don't know why I did this. I don't, really. It's my fault. Blake drew him closer. I'm a fool. I'm the fool. Is it your fault? Come on, Gay. Let's get you to the car. You're shaking like a leaf. Please forgive me. There's nothing for me to forgive. But you know I do if you say so. Blake got up heavily and drew Gaylord up, stood with his arms around the shaking boy. He was held by the thing that he could not name. It had held him from the first meeting in the gymnasium. The sense of mystery and emotion and desire in this boy. I do love him, he thought. You clumsy fool. You do love him. Are you all right now? He asked. I'm all right. Awfully tired and weak, Gaylord confessed. I'm so sorry. And after a moment, he said, I'm all right now. He did feel better with his arms around him. His hands came up slowly and clenched themselves upon Blake's soaked shoulders. Oh, Bob, he sobbed and lay his head on the heaving chest. They stood there and stared blindly into each other's face, their separate breathing coming quick and jerky. Above, the flashes of lightning and the distant thunder shook about them in the glistening night. Let's go to the car, Gay, Blake repeated. You're cold. You're shaking like a leaf. Before Gaylord moved, he said, Will you please forgive me? Blake kissed him. You know I'd forgive you anything. Come on, let's go to the car. All right, Gaylord panted breathlessly. The black outline of the woods dropped behind them, and with it the gutted ruts of the road. Gaylord realized with little amazement that they were already at the car. Why, they had just walked such a short distance, and only a moment ago the road had seemed so long, so full of miles of rough rocks and dirty holes. They stopped at the car, and Blake embraced him again. I'm sorry, Gay. I'm sorry I'm such a bull-headed bastard. You're not bull-headed. He reached up for the kiss. No, you're not. You're everything to me. Inside the car, Blake said, Come on, Gay. Take those wet clothes off. He grabbed a blanket from the back seat. Here, wrap yourself in this. The dark air was cool, almost frosty. Gaylord felt to breathe along his wet body. The sweet scent of brilliantine and bronze loam came up into his nostrils like something new and undiscovered. Somehow, he was not surprised when Blake unbuttoned his clothes and wrapped the blanket around his naked body. Blake's hands then went around the blanket, making him even warmer. They held him tightly, roughly. But what about you, Bob? You're soaked too. Why don't you take off your clothes and get in here too? I'm all right. You get warm. Blake's big hand began to soothe Gaylord. He looked at him and grinned. Don't think it would be safe. Do you? I don't care. Come on. I'd better not. I'm all right. Feel better? Gaylord said he did, and nestled close. His sobs were low, and the quivering had almost stopped. He felt warm there inside the sticky wool, the wool so close to Blake's own wet side. Dark eyes looked down at him from under dripping hair that crossed his forehead. Gaylord tenderly smoothed it back with his hand. There was nothing that could diminish the kindness of those eyes, nothing that could take the gentleness from them. And then Blake grinned, and Gaylord grinned back at him. Blake said in a whisper, I didn't know you were such a little hellcat. He rubbed his nose against the other's. I didn't either. Feel better now? I'm fine, Gaylord answered softly, scuffling his legs together in the blanket. I'm worried about you. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. His mouth came down upon Gaylord's again in a protective manner. I'd better get you home and put you to bed. I'd better put my clothes on then, said Gaylord, unwrapping the blanket. Oh, no. Blake pulled the blanket together again. You wear that home. You can run in with it on. No one will see you. Those wet clothes will give you a hell of a cold if you put them back on. Suppose Mother and Dad are up. What could I tell them? It wouldn't be any different than you going in with your wet clothes. I don't guess it would. Do you think they'll be up? They might be. Well, Blake thought hard. Well, we could say, what? We could say we had a flat. Guess we could. Gaylord straightened up and began to put his disheveled hair into place. His clothes, he thought ruefully, are going to look a sight after wallowing in the road. And my hair, it must look awful. I must look awful. Don't forget now, we had a flat. Gaylord heard the sound of the motor start, and the car moved. Then the hand returned around his shoulders and drew him close. Linked thus, they drove down the soaked road leisurely and in silence. They met no one, and there was no sound but the ring of the motor, the swashing of water, and the falling rain. As they crossed the bridge, Blake broke the silence. Are you all right, Gay? Fine. Only what? I'm so ashamed of the way I acted. Ashamed? I'm not. You know, honey, Blake grinned, rubbing his cheek. You've got a wallop I didn't know you had. So have you. Gaylord grinned back and ran his own hand over his cheek. Now I'm ashamed. Blake frowned, and the dark, handsome face stared broodingly down at him. Forgive me? I forgive you. The dark outline of the trees cast deep shadows over the narrow road. The rain splattered quick and sharp on the windshield. The wipers, scratching crosswise across the glass, made a moaning sound going to and fro, trying to free the speckled crystal of the many stars that tried to rest on it. Gaylord sat at Blake's side, and his hand gently caressed the leg that moved, up and down, giving life to the humming motor. A dirty splash of red muddy water arose before them. Gaylord jumped, but the glass protected him. The wipers worked madly, wiping the dirty windshield, clearing the view before him. Again there was a splash of melted rust. Again the thin blades of the rubber scratched hurriedly. His eyes followed the lake-like road. The bumps, holes, like the narrow bumpy street he had seen somewhere. Somewhere. Where? Where? Where had he seen all this before? In memory, he closed his eyes, heard a cab screaming to a stop, saw a man staggering, a horn, bumps, rough. Sure, that was it. The two drunks and a cab. That too had frightened him and made him catch his breath. Bob, he said softly. Yeah? What did you do in New Orleans? Gaylord asked in a whisper. Do you really want to know? Uh-huh. I met a dame. What kind? A drunken whore. Was she pretty? So-so. Did she have carrot hair? Have what? Was her hair sort of orange color? I don't remember. I only know I couldn't get away from her quick enough, Blake uttered in disgust. Why? Guess I wasn't her type. She, made fun of me. Of you? Yes, of me. It's easy to make fun of someone, Blake said in an echo. I'd never make fun of you, Bob. I'd rather die first. His fingers dug into the wet trousers, down into the drawn flesh. He remembered the many times he had been hurt by the remarks that had been said in fun. Blake had been hurt too. He understood how it felt. how it made you want to go hide from the ones who said them to you. Anyone could say things, anyone. Among people, you were always in danger. In past, when you were alone or among trees, yes, among trees you were safe, but around people, you weren't. I know you wouldn't make fun of me without you telling me so, Gay, but there are some that get a big kick out of saying things that hurt a fellow. I don't know what anyone would say about you. Oh, it wasn't really anything. Seems kind of silly now. Guess my ego was cut short. Want to tell me about it? If you want to listen. I'd love to listen. I met this gal in a bar, Blake began, recalling the action very vividly. He saw the girl again. Small, cute, carrot hair. I was drinking at the bar, and I felt her leg rub up against mine. I didn't mind. She was young and looked like she was out for a good time. Well, I bought her a couple of drinks. We got loaded. Then she asked me if I was as big and strong as I looked, and I told her she'd have to find out. Then she handed me more of that line of hers about me being her type and that she'd just love that big wide chest over her. So you went home with her? Yes, I went home with her. You should have seen her apartment. Damn, what a dirty hole she lived in. I didn't care too much. I was so loaded, I didn't care what kind of dive she lived in. She stripped and got on the bed, laid there naked and watched me, her old tits sticking straight up. She did have a cute shape. When I pulled off my shorts, she started giggling. I didn't know what she was laughing about until I got on her. Large drops of sweat formed on Blake's forehead. He was hot inside his wet clothes. Inside, he was furious. A flaming hate arose within him and glowed in his eyes. Gaylord saw the look, but remained silent. He felt the sudden jerks in his legs and trembled. Finally, he said, "Don't tell me any more, Bob. I don't want to hear any more." "I want to tell you," Blake answered petulantly. "You wanted to hear, so I'm going to tell you. And you're the only one I've ever told this to." "All right, if you want to tell me." I got on her and asked her to spread her legs. She laughed again and told me to stick that little thing of mine up her nose, that it would probably fit there better. Then she laughed that damn laugh again. I slapped her right on the mouth, got up and dressed and left. She was still laughing when I slammed the door, cussing like a sailor, too. I walked out of there sober as a judge. Gaylord raised and kissed him. She must have been drunk to say a thing like that. "You're not that little." He stopped, grinned, and blushed. "I'm not big," Blake grinned. "I love you, Bob. I love you for what you are. Because you're Bob. That's why." Silly, isn't it, for something like that to be in your craw for years? Never forgot that. I'm glad you told me. Confession is good sometimes. Then I went to another bar and started getting good and drunk. A real pretty boy, he looked something like you, Gay, only smaller, asked me for a match. I knew what he wanted by the way he said it. "You mean you've known about?" "Sure, honey. When I was 14, some old man went down on me." "Oh, Bob, that's awful." "No, it wasn't," Blake grinned. "I've always looked older than I am. Well, to get back to this kid at the bar, he asked me if I wanted to go home with him. You know what I did?" "No." I took his hand like this. He grabbed Gaylord's hand and laid it like this. I said, Feel good and hard. It's not big. You guys like big ones. Do you still want me to go home with you?" Blake uttered a chuckle. "Okay, you want me to stop the car?" "Why?" "Feel anything rising?" Gaylord jerked his hand away. "I wasn't even. I'm only kidding. Keep your hand there. Feels good." "I'd better not. What happened? Did you go home with him?" "Yeah." You should have seen the expression in his eyes. I'll never forget it. He said, "I don't care if you don't have anything in your pants. I'm just lonesome." Kay, he was lonesome. He really meant it. "Did you go home with him?" "Yes, I went home with him. He had the nicest place. I stayed all night with him. Darn, he was a swell fellow." "What happened?" "Same thing that happened to you and Paul." "Oh." Love was never mentioned, though. He brought me coffee in bed the next morning. I got a big kick out of it. I think of him real often and wonder whatever happened to him. Don't know whatever happened to him. We wrote to each other, but then I stopped. What was his name? Gene. For a moment, Gaylord's heart was in his throat. Was Blake going to say Jean Limbaugh, that short little fat man that had given the party? Gene Baxter. I almost forgot his last name. He lived on Royal. He looked at Gaylord to ask, "What's wrong?" "I thought you were going to say Jean Limbaugh." "Who's that?" "He's the one who gave the party I told you about." "Is that the Gene that, what's his name? Paul?" "Yeah, that Paul mentioned in his letter." "Uh-huh." "Funny. When I read that letter, I thought that might be Gene Baxter." "Wouldn't that have been something?" "Sure would have been." "I'm glad it wasn't," whispered Gaylord. "Why?" asked Blake. "I'm afraid I'd be jealous." Blake giggled. "Oh, for Christ's sake." "It's good to hear you laugh, Bob. Laugh some more." Gaylord grinned and began tickling Blake. "Hey, stop that. You want me to run off this damn road? I don't care. I'm dressed for anything." He laughed and spread open the blanket. "See? What are you trying to do? Get me excited?" "Think I could?" "I think you could." Blake grinned and pulled at the patch of curly hair around the other's groin. "Ouch!" "You'd better cover up or you'll catch a cold." "I won't catch a cold." Gay. "Huh? Will you tell me something?" "Anything. What?" "What about this guy, Paul?" "What about him?" "Do you like him?" "Yes. He's awfully nice. I told you he reminded me of you, and you're tops to me. You know that." Blake raised his arm. "You want me to bust you one again?" He grinned. "Yes." Blake's hand came down on his cheek with a gentle caress. "There," he said. "I don't want anyone to hold you like this except me." "No one has, Bob." "No one?" "No one. Not even Glenn." The name came upon him with a swift blow that shocked him, staggered him more than the slap he had received earlier. He had never thought of Glenn Rogers as a lover, or had he? Two large dimples flashed before his eyes, two lips saying, "Wish I could go to New Orleans with you." How did he feel towards this vision? Why was he always wishing he could see him naked? Why did he have that funny feeling around his heart when he was with him? Did Blake know about these emotions? How could he have discovered them? What could he suspect, conceive? He couldn't know anything that the two had done. How could he? There wasn't anything to know. Not yet. There wasn't. Now, why did he think that? Suddenly he grabbed for Blake, held him fast, and said, "No, Bob," he whispered. "Not even Glenn." End of chapter 21. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 22 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 22. The driving rain of Tuesday afternoon and night passed into a warm and sunny Wednesday. The yellow sun rose upon the water-soaked roofs of Cotton, Texas, and soon the shingles began to give off steam. A thin gliding ghost rose from them, rose until it was lost in the vastness above. The large trees surrounding the dark-soaked auditorium seemed fresh, clean. They swayed under the touch of some unknown hand that brushed them. After a wonderful night's sleep, Gaylord lay back on his bed and pushed his hair from his forehead. A smile crossed and lingered on his face as the memory of the night before passed through his semi-conscious mind. He had taken the world back on his shoulders, releasing his heroic twin, Gaylord LeClarie, who had run away from the one he loved last night. He had almost let the world slip through his fingers, or rather, he had drawn away from it, but thank God, it had been saved. He turned on his side and sank his head deep in the soft pillow, his hand going under his cheek and then slowly over it, as if trying to feel its structure. Bob sure did hit me, he thought. He's sure strong. He smiled at the reflection, and after a coarse cough, turned over on his back. He imagined himself a woman and living with Blake, cooking and keeping their house. He saw the people who would come to see them. They were not of the normal world. They were sad-eyed boys that moved under the crust of a special and unique civilization, a world with its own special bars, nightclubs, languages, and gestures. They all seemed transients to him now. Nothing seemed permanent in this particular world. It was a world without normal women, a world of continuous chases and fantastic exchanges. They were all hunting, searching, wanting. The aim of conquest was constant, for that seemed the only important thing. Maybe tomorrow, the conquest would be the right one. Gaylord muttered to himself, I shouldn't think of things like this. I should be happier than a lark, and I'm not. I have Bob, and he understands me better than I understand myself. That should be enough for the time. Why couldn't we have normal friends? We don't have to run around with those we don't care for, sissy ones who paint their face and talk so funny. He brought his arms up and cradled his face between his hands. I wonder, he murmured, if I'll turn out to be one of them. Wonder if Bob and me will go chasing after others. Will we grow tired of each other? I know I won't. But what about him? The moment he voiced the thought, he wanted to cry. Maybe this would clear his mind of all whirling and spinning questions. But he had said it, and the words sank deep and couldn't be uprooted. He thought of Blake. He was above him, and Gaylord could see his face very plain. Could see the grin, his wide, soft mouth. It was moving, talking to him gently, tenderly. But he could not hear the words. Then abruptly, in a blinding flash of clairvoyance, he knew that something was wrong, horribly wrong, for the face faded, leaving only spinning objects in front of him. He was suddenly aware he was cold, his whole body bedewed with icy sweat. He sprang from the bed. Bob, why didn't you say you loved me? Why didn't you? He cried, realizing suddenly, with a misery that was bottomless, Blake had never said the words. Why did you call me a faggot? But there was nothing so bad about that. He had been called worse. What baffled him, what he could not explain, was this icy terror that beat about his head like invisible wings. I'll get rid of it, he cried. I'll wash it out of my mind. I'll drown it. And like a frightened deer, he ran naked towards the bathroom. He reached for both faucets and turned them on full force. The water shot out of the shower nozzle with a tremendous sizzling, flattening his hair, making it run down his forehead in long, straight, dripping streaks. His jaw trembled, and he tried to clench his teeth to steady it. Bob, Bob, I love you, he hysterically muttered, the roaring water drowning the words, filling his open lips. Why, he coughed, didn't you say you loved me? Why? Why? A feeling possessed him of the fragility of his life on the earth and the transiency of all human habitation. The thought reminded Gaylord of the mashed squirrels he had often seen lying on the roads around Cotton on autumn mornings. It was shocking to soak in, all in an instant, the fact that people are as soft and destructible as squirrels. He had a sensation of long absence and return, or as if he had awakened into some earlier time. Suppose he had lived in the time of Louis IV. Would things have been different? Suppose he had been a queen. He had heard somewhere that Queen Elizabeth was really a man. He wondered about it, remembering Dusty. Dusty looked more like a woman than Queen Elizabeth. She certainly wasn't beautiful or feminine looking from the pictures he had seen of her. The water chilled him, and now goosebumps covered his body. I'm cold, he thought, and abruptly came back to his own. And he wondered at the miracle by which he had been spun into that era that had nothing to do with him. I think of the craziest things, he said, drying himself. I guess I really am queer. He sighed deeply. Queen. Paul said that's what queer boys called themselves. Queen. Queen Gaylord LeClarie. I'll never call myself a queen. After the shower, Gaylord wrote to Paul Boudreau. Dear Paul, first I want to thank you for the wonderful time you showed me while I was in New Orleans. I know if it had not been for you, the whole trip would have been a failure. You showed and told me so many things I had no idea were going on in this world of ours, things that have become clear to me now. Your letter was sweet, and I thank you for the things that you said and the way you expressed your feelings towards me. Forgive me for not obeying you and tearing it up, but I couldn't, Paul. I had to show it to Bob and see his reactions. I know now that I love him and have loved him all along. He didn't say much after reading your letter, never told me he loved me, and you would have laughed to have seen us fighting. We really had one, and I'm glad it happened, because I feel closer to Bob, and I think he feels the same way toward me. I wish you were here so that I could talk to you instead of writing. My words seem misplaced too, like you said yours did. I do so want to be your friend and hope that I'll be able to see you as planned. I guess we are a lot alike, and I'm so glad I met you. Something good is bound to come from our friendship. It has to me, for just knowing you, even if it was for such a short time, has opened my eyes to facts that really do exist. After school, I'm going to try to get Bob to come to New Orleans with me. I'd love for you to meet him, and I want so much for him to meet you. He's such a wonderful person, so different than I am. I only wish I were like him. After graduation, I just know I won't be able to stand it around this town. If it wasn't for Bob, I'd be tempted to leave today. I hope that everything works out for you, and that you will find someone just as wonderful as Bob. You deserve the best. I wish it were possible for it to be me, but feeling the way I do toward Bob makes that impossible, and I'm sure you'll understand. There are so many things I'd like to say, but maybe you won't finish this letter now that you know the way I feel. I hope you will, for I certainly don't want to hurt you. Only to be honest with you and not lie. You told me never to lie, and I will do exactly that, Paul. Write me if you find it in your heart to do so. If I don't hear from you, I'll understand. Thanks again for everything. Gay. P.S. Will you send me Gene's address? I'd like to thank him for inviting me to his party. He was very nice, and I like him very much. Gay. The mirror in the knotty pine frame glared back at Robert Blake as he sat up in his bed, rubbing his eyes. He looked out the window and was glad to see the sunshine streaming through the blinds. He stretched his brown arms, and the muscles in his biceps expanded as he bent his elbows, drawing his hands slowly down his shoulders. He yawned deeply and raised his chest forward, stretching the skin under the brisk hair that seemed alive and springy. Then he fell back on his rumpled pillow. "You little devil," he said to himself with a grin. His hand rubbed his cheek. "You're not as weak as I thought you were. I had no idea you had such a temper, you pretty little faggot." Joy Clay had slapped his face once, but it had felt like she hadn't really meant it. A sort of coy slap. His hands went down between his legs and rested there. Then, slowly, moved up and down. Up, down, slowly. He could feel the warmth of Joy's body again, visualize the soft material that covered his fingers as they reached higher and higher until... And then the slap. He had barely felt it in his excitement. "Please," she had pleaded, snatching his hand away from the warmth that was beginning to burn his fingers, his mind, his body. Then she had cried and he had kissed her. "All right, honey," he had said. "If you don't want to, we won't." What a difference between Joy and the girl he had met in New Orleans. How utterly different, and still they were the same. He wondered how and why a girl could become so false. The large painted mouth, dark shadowed eyes, the straw-like hair. It was all false. Surely before she had become so, she had been a sweet girl like Joy. Others. She was still young, still youthful under the false veil that shrouded the sweetness that possibly could have been hers. He wondered if a man had been the cause of her downfall, and was glad Joy had protested, glad that he had been man enough to obey her wishes, even if he did feel that if he had tried a little harder, he could have succeeded. There had been other girls that had given themselves to him without a struggle, girls who had lain with men, other young boys. He thought of them, and his hand shut tight around his flesh, hard, throbbing flesh. Let someone else break them in, he thought. I won't break them in, but I'll take them afterwards. I don't want to be the first. They can brag about getting a cherry. To hell with that. I'll take them afterwards, after it's dropped and gone. He thought of the time he was working in a filling station, about a certain man who had watched him as he had serviced his car, the man who had asked him to come to his hotel room. He had liked the sensation that had gone through his body, remembered pushing away the face that had tried to kiss, afterwards, after the sensation was gone. Yes, his maturity had come early, perhaps a little too early. The stranger had come back, and he had followed willingly up to the room. Many times this had happened. In fact, he had looked forward to these meetings, had liked it as much as the acts that had occurred with girls behind trees, along the Gulf Coast, and other places. He grinned to himself, remembering all these past escapades. He thought of Gaylord, and a nervous tingling crept over him. It brought with it an exciting desire to have him here with him, to feel his warm body next to his. Right now, his body was more desirous than Joy's, and he wondered, asked himself why. Not queer, he thought. I've never liked to play with dolls or girls. I can't understand it. Words of his father came to him now. Bob always has been a real boy, his father had proudly told his uncle. A boy of yours is too damn sissy, Jim. Blake had overheard the conversation, and from that day on had avoided his cousin. He had never been too fond of him. There was just something about him that didn't click. Still, he had never mistreated him, and he had been glad when they had moved to a different state. Lying here now, Robert Blake wondered what his cousin, Frank Blake, looked like, how he acted, and if he had outgrown his feminine ways. Frank was 3 years older than himself. A hoarse cough shook him, followed by another and then another. Damn, I've got a cold, I'm afraid, he uttered. Guess I did catch one last night. He withdrew his hand from his lap and reached for a tissue on a stand next to the bed. Blew his nose. He tossed it into a waste can and relaxed, his hand going back down to its old position. Dreamily, he stroked his flesh, pulled and stretched it without realizing it. Gaylord loved him. He knew that, could feel it, see it in the blue eyes. Joy liked him too. Others liked him. He was lucky to have so many friends. All these faces reflected friendship and love. They respected him, never called him names. They'd better not. Too bad Gaylord couldn't say that. Gaylord. And again he thought of the warm body that had plunged out of the blanket. Flesh that had been so cold such a short time before, now warm again and ready. Ready for him, he told himself. There was no sort of warning or premonition. His tense hand had stopped moving, lay there still clutched around his body. You little faggot, he grinned and reached for another tissue. Glenn Rogers was always up by 6 in the morning in order to milk, stake the cow out afterwards, and the family usually had breakfast together at exactly 6:30. This morning, he was kissing his pillow when he opened his eyes. He yawned and then grinned at the memory of the dream that had just left him. Looking down at the softness in his arms, he grinned again and wondered if he should feel ashamed that he had enjoyed what had been going on in dreamland. He threw off the light sheet and slipped his hand under his pajamas, touched his body, the part that Gaylord's hand had just been around, touched his body with the hand that had just touched Gaylord's. God, what a dream, he thought. I'm glad I woke up when I did. He lay back on the bed, relaxed, his mind centered around his new friend. He was conscious of certain things he had to do, but still lay there thinking. He decided he liked Gaylord more than anyone he had ever met. There was something about his new friend that made him feel a bit uncomfortable when he was with him, and yet he had never felt so free. He had talked about things he had never talked to anyone else about, had confessed things about himself he wouldn't dream of confessing to anyone. Why should he feel strange around Gaylord LeClaire? He asked himself. You're too ignorant, he answered himself. Too darn ignorant. You've never been around. That was so right. He had never been anywhere, had never seen anything worthwhile or met people who had. All he knew was horses, cattle, and farming. Instinct rather than reason told him that he had been shut off from the world by a barbed wire fence. Certain things which had to be done were always cropping up successfully, and it was up to him to do them. There had been no time or money for travel or deep subjective reading. In all his years, there was no time to think of himself or do things to improve his mind, no time to analyze his feelings about the world outside. But since he had met Gaylord, after he had been with him, all the things he had missed came over him in dark, disorderly waves, and sometimes those moods were hard to control. He was like someone who stood on the stern of a ship, watching a vanishing shoreline. Gaylord must like him, or he would not pick him up mornings or take him out to lunch. He raised his legs, bending his knees. Nervously, he brought them together and then apart. Oh, I wish I would have gone to New Orleans with Gay, he thought. Someday I'm going. With Gay, I hope. He watched his vibrating limbs, remembering how angry he had been at his father when he had refused to let him go, remembered taking out all his disappointment on the cattle with each jab of the needle. God damn it, be a little more careful there, Glenn, his father had yelled at him after he had kicked a small calf after shooting it with serum. To hell with you, he had muttered under his breath. I hope these shots don't do any good. What are you muttering about? His father shot back at him. Nothing, he had answered. Nothing you'd understand. It had been a discordant instant, and it had broken unpleasantly into the morning. He had thought of Gaylord again, and Gaylord was suddenly more real to him than the calf in front of him. Glenn Rogers could still recall the glow he had felt on this occasion and the sudden moment of elation. It came to him again now. The blue eyes, the wavy hair, the soft hands, everything came together into sudden focus. Though common sense told Rogers that he should get up, some other inner impulse made him stretch and sink his head into his pillow. He saw the sunlight hit the wings of a plane that must be on its way to Mexico City. He lay there, gazing out of his windows and watched the plane. I wonder where Gay was last night, he thought. His mother said she didn't even know where he was. Glenn, a voice rang out. Yes, Mother. 6 o'clock. All right. I'm awake. He jumped out of bed onto the bare floor. He was quite happy and hummed to himself as he dressed. He thought of his father and was sorry for the thoughts that had passed in his mind about him. His father had really needed him. The old home, the place where he was born, had needed him. Gosh, I wish I could have gone to New Orleans, he said, combing his hair. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he laid down the comb and left his room. If a roaring storm had been raging outside instead of the warm, gentle breeze, it would not have changed the expression on Joy Clay's face as she got out of bed and walked to her dresser. The air was full of earth odors and smelt of leaves and damp wood, but it meant nothing to her. Her heart was heavy as she picked up the comb and ran it carelessly through her hair. Always before she had been happy. Now it hurt to think of the future hours. She glanced into the blank mirror. It's my fault, she said. I have no one to blame but myself. Only myself. Why did I do it? She walked about the room in her nightgown, pacing the floor like a tired caged animal. Then, as she sat down on the bed again, wished she could erase the memory of the afternoon disturbing her mind. You little fool, she thought. You stupid little fool. She flung herself on the bed and cried like she had never cried before. He came to her and brought the memory back. How about some strawberries? She jerked her head up, looking around the room to see who had spoken. It had been so real. There was no one. Nothing but the dreariness that filled every corner, the utter bleakness of the morning sun. She was half blinded by the brilliant reflections that leaped before her watery eyes. She saw Gaylord's naked body and cried even harder, closing her eyes so that it would vanish, but it remained deep within her. She had been a victim of a willing rape to gratify an ancient craving, and now that she had tasted the sweetness of the marriage night, the craving was still there and not to be concealed. She had sinned, there was no doubt about it, but she didn't care. The act would surely bring him back to her, for she knew that men found in this act the keenest pleasure. And even if Gaylord was effeminate, he had proven to her he was a man. She was certain he had loved the moment as much as herself, and he would come and seek her again, and they would lose all time and garments like they had done before. She felt a great anguish wishing again for the thrilling bodily rapture that she had experienced, that exquisite mingling of pain and ecstasy, and her mind was capable of only one explanation for it. She, Joy Clay, must be depraved. I don't care, she said, lying there. I'm glad. So glad, she whispered. He'll be back. They come back. She looked down at her bosom that showed plainly from behind the thin silk. She suddenly felt better, with the familiar odors of the room and the morning air. She dropped her hand from her breast and settled back peacefully on the wide bed and waited. A little laugh escaped her parted lips. Oh, Gay, she sighed. You must love me. You simply must, my darling. I shall make you love me. And the brightness was all around her like a living thing, around her and within, filling up the vast and echoing beat of her heart. Gay, my little Gay, Paul Boudreau whispered in his sleep and touched the naked figure next to him. What did you say? Asked the masculine figure. Hey, he shook Paul. You want some more lovin'? What? Paul stammered and opened his eyes. You've been talking in your sleep, said Gay, and felt of me. I'm ready, honey, but my name ain't Gay. Paul paid no attention to the look or the words. His head ached dully and his mind worked slowly, painfully. His unhappy thoughts groping through the lingering fog of liquor and the memory of his shameful assault on his bedmate. Oh, he said in self-disgust, and only when he saw the man's face did he realize he had made the sound aloud. Got a hangover? The man asked. They stared at each other searchingly, looking deep into each other's eyes, both with different thoughts. And then Paul broke the silence by saying huskily, I sure have. Please don't. I feel terrible. He rubbed his eyes and asked, How do you feel? As Paul's eyes watched, he saw him suddenly throw down the sheet to expose his body, lying naked and so close to him. The man glanced down at his own nakedness, and Paul's eyes followed until he saw again what he had already seen. How's that? The man grinned and tried to draw Paul close. I'm ready again. I'm not, muttered Paul with disgust. I'm going to make some coffee. And with this, he sprang out of bed, picked up a robe, and put it on as he left the room. So the night had passed in different rooms, and so the morning followed. End of chapter 22. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 23 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 23. Jean Limbaugh had spent 8 hours behind a desk, and now, as he stood at his apartment door fumbling for his keys, he looked like a tired old man coming home from a hard day's work. Once he had been a little boy, but he had almost forgotten that. That boyhood, full of unhappy memories, was better dead. Those screams of "Kike, you sissy Jew, Jew sucker," yelled at him had also been buried along with lonesome past years. His apartment felt steamingly hot as he drew his stout short frame through the door, and taking off his tan seersucker coat, he threw it across a chair. Out of his pocket he pulled a soiled handkerchief and wiped his face. He looked at the damp linen and shook his head. He would cream his face and take off these sweaty clothes, but first he would turn on the window fan. The suction of the fan immediately sent a cool breeze through the room. He could hear the humming noises of the street mix with it as he drew open the long drapes and opened several windows. Then, going back to the door, he closed and locked it. So Jean Limbaugh stood again in his make-believe world. His whole expression had changed from a drab, uninteresting man to a younger, full-of-life person. Taking off the rest of his clothes, he strolled around the room naked. Picking up overrunning ashtrays and emptying them into a wastebasket, he hummed to himself in a high falsetto voice, picked up a dustcloth, and began dusting the furniture. Here in New Orleans, he had found his niche. Bookkeeping seemed to be in his blood. Starting as a helper, he was soon in charge of the whole office. He loved the technical details and the long columns of figures, mistakes to be demolished. He loved them because he was demolishing mistakes made by others. He did not think of it as work. He thought of it as tearing apart a normal world. He quickly became known and liked by his co-workers. They found him witty, a good sport, and very free with his money. They liked to kid him about the many girls he was seen with. Every new show that opened, he was there with a different one, and he took the ribbing good-naturedly. Jean Limbaugh was no fool. To go to shows with feminine men was taboo. Instead of them, he took lesbians, not the masculine-looking ones, but those that looked and dressed like lovely debutantes. He loved to read, not only cheap novels, but Voltaire, the Bible, and Shakespeare. He read everything so that he could demolish the things in his path, to discover power, weakness, and have ease when he was around people. Wanting it, he managed to find the secret of being liked among a crowd, and he found that by words he was a man among men. There was nothing frilly or feminine in his actions at work, but now, in the soft-colored walls that protected him, he was himself. He could relax. He had played his part all day at the office. Now he could swish about, scream out in a high voice if he wanted to. He was no longer an actor of actions and words in a normal scene. Jean Limbaugh was no longer a normal man. "My God!" he screamed as he looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. "Miss Limbaugh, you're a big mess. Old Auntie Jean is what the faggots will be calling you before too long, if they haven't started already. Why do we have to grow old? Why?" Getting out a jar of face cream, he was about to pat it all over his face when the doorbell rang. This was followed by a voice. "Jean, it's me, Paul. May I come in?" "Sure, just a minute," Jean yelled. He put the cold cream away and grabbed a robe. He shook the floor as he ran across it, reached the door, and opened it. My God, Paul, what happened to you? Honey, you look awful. Paul's eyes were dark and circled. The corners of his mouth drooped the same way his broad shoulders did. His clothes looked soiled, and he needed a shave. I just had an awful night. It's good to see you, Jean. What happened? Oh, I got drunk and picked up some jerk. Took him home with me, and when I woke up this morning, there it was, he said in a disgusted tone. Why do we do such things, Jean? I don't know, honey. I've done the same thing. Felt like cutting my wrist the next morning, too. Wasn't he any good? Oh, I don't remember. Now, it couldn't have been that bad. At least he didn't roll you or blacken your eyes. I don't know. They look pretty black. What's the matter, honey? Did he have lace curtains? Paul grinned and lighted a cigarette. I don't remember what he had. No, he didn't have that. I guess he was all right. But all I could think about all the time was Gay. It's just the first one I've had since Gay left. I don't know. I just feel awful about it. Jean, I just feel terrible. Jean placed his arms around the drooped shoulders. Come on and sit down, he said. Your mother needs a drink, and I know damn well you do. I could stand one. Jean mixed drinks, and Paul gulped it down in one swallow. I feel like getting plastered, Paul said. May I have another? You know you can, Jean said. Pouring another straight bourbon, he drank his drink and poured himself another. I feel the same way. There's a bunch of bitches coming over later, and we'll have a good start on them. That reminds me, I've got some calls to make while I'm still thinking. I'm getting so absent-minded lately. I'd probably forget my ass if it wasn't clipped to these gorgeous hips. You don't mind? Course not. Go ahead, Jean. Jean picked up the leather address book off the large coffee table, opened it, and began to dial. Said, I'm going to call this piece of rough trade I had the other night and ask him if he wouldn't like to spend the evening with a bunch of actresses. He let out a loud scream. I'll ask him if he hasn't a pal for you, honey. I always look after my sisters. He laughed again at Paul, then into the phone he said, Hello, may I speak to Mr. Russell? Oh, no message. He hung up the receiver. Not home, bastard. Wonder who's goosing him up now. He dialed again and spoke to someone, then to several others. After he had hung up, Paul said, I can't stay long, Jean. Just thought I'd drop by and see how you are. I've got to go by the bar and see Dusty a minute. Then I think I'm going home. Wish you could stay, Paul. Don't let it get to you. You're too sweet. I wish you could be a little more vulgar like me. Jean giggled and put his hands on his fat hips. It just doesn't pay to be coy these days. The more vulgar and common you are, the more fun you have. And right now, I feel like the commonest bitch in this common town. Paul laughed as he looked at Jean. You're just what I needed, Jean, he said. Why don't you take a quick shower and shave? You look a mess, baby, and I don't like to see you look that way. You can go and see Dusty then if you want to, or you can stay here. You just do anything you want to. I've got some more calls to make, so you just go right ahead and get beautiful. You know where everything is, and if you can't see it, call me. Thanks, Jean. That's a good idea. I do look terrible. Think a shave and a shower will sort of revive me. He started for the bathroom, and his shirt was already off when he got to the door. He pulled off his pants, underwear, and hung them on a door hook. You better close that door before I do you for trade, Jean giggled, and his hand hit Paul's buttocks. Paul grinned. Remember the first time you picked me up, Jean? Do I? I'll never forget it. My old box puckered all the way home. Jean patted Paul's cheek. Funny, he said soberly, how time flies, isn't it? Sure is, said Paul, turning on the water, remembering the small-waisted boy who had propositioned him. He was so thin then. Wasn't I? Jean said dreamily. I didn't have money to waste on food then. Poor boy sandwiches 3 times a day. That was it. That reminds me, I'm going to stop all sweets and anything fattening. I'm going to have to streamline this old bus if he kills me. Better put the bourbon down then. Bourbon? Me quit booze? Oh, God. Do I have to? It's got sugar in it. Oh, shit. He tossed his head and laughed. Guess I'll stay like I am. Paul laughed and began his shower. Jean hung up the phone as Paul walked from the bathroom. He looked his old self, and his face was handsome. "Still calling?" he asked. "Yes. Bunch of bitches," Jean answered with a chuckle. "Did you ever see anything like a bunch of bitches, I ask you? Some said they were going to stay home. They were too upset to go out. One said he was going cruising. Another wanted to know if she could bring her trade with her. Another said she was having the vapors, but she'd try to make it. Mary, they'll all be here. Free drinks, huh? Even if they don't give a damn for your mother, they'll come for free drinks. But this is the payoff, girl. You know Miss Cochran, don't you?" Paul nodded. He did. "Well, Miss Cochran says, 'Darling,' imagine her calling me darling. I just love to come, but Jim and I are going to the theater." "Going to the theater, huh? Probably cruising that nasty old burlesque house on St. Charles. I've got her number. That bitch wouldn't know how to act in a theater." And then she continued, in that frog-like voice of hers, "We're meeting some friends in the Blue Room afterwards for cocktails, but after that we'd just love to stop by for a few drinks." Few drinks, hell. She guzzles like her hole's on fire and she's trying to put it out. Was foaming at both ends when she hung up. I don't know why I put up with her. "I know why you do," Jean laughed. "Well, a husband of hers is kind of cute, isn't he? I'm going to get him if I have to pay for it. That shouldn't be hard to do. He doesn't work, does he?" "No, doesn't do anything. Miss Cochran supports him." "Cochran doesn't make very much, does he?" "Hell no. Don't you know where she works? She slings hash down on St. Charles Street in some sloppy dive. I don't even know the name of it, but one day I was walking by and I spotted that bleach switch of hers behind the counter. She saw me and tried to duck, but I was too fast for her. Honey, they've got to be pretty fast to get ahead of your mother, and you know that. Well, she wasn't. She was really upset, and you know what she said? Said she was writing a book. Something about a girl who worked in a restaurant. She was getting the feel of the character. Honey, that bitch couldn't even write her name so that you can read it. I asked her if this was a restaurant. I said, "Why don't you go to Antoine's, girl?" Paul was holding his sides laughing. Jean continued, "Let's face it, she didn't even know what I meant. She's an ignorant whore and tries to be elegant. I almost let her have it full force, but I had to fought so bad I just stood there pressing my cheeks together. I was afraid I'd do something else if I let one little teeny-weeny one out. So I sat down and had a Coke. She brings it to me and flashed this big hunk of glass in my face. I wanted to see how far the bitch would go, so I said to her, I say, very coy-like, 'That's a lovely ring you have there. Let's see it.' As if I couldn't. She sticks out this skinny paw and says, 'Yes, it is lovely, isn't it? It's an heirloom of the family's.' Honey, I almost shit." Jean gave a wild scream and continued. "Then I says to her, I says, 'Honey, I've got large news for you. Some of the loom is rubbing off on your finger.' Her finger was all green." Jean screamed a shrieking laugh. Paul was holding his stomach, shaking with laughter. "Her finger was green from this 10-cent ring." She almost dropped. She pulled that old paw so quick like you'd think I was going to steal the Hope Diamond. Honey, that ring had about as much sparkle to it as one of those old rhinestones in my G-string, and that's not very much. "Oh, Jean," Paul laughed, "you're a kick." "Honey, those bitches can't put nothing over on your mother. It was like the other day in the can at the Apollo Theater. I was standing there taking a pee, minding my own business, and this faggot shook her honker at me. She said, trying to be butch, 'Want to buy this?' You should have seen it. Evil. I took one look and told him to put it back in his pants. 'What do you want to do with that pointed thing? Stab me?' I said, and laughed right in his face. You should have seen his face drop. He zipped his trousers and got out of that can like a striped-ass ape was after him. I can imagine. Can't blame him for trying, though. Guess he took one look at me and thought I'd buy anything. But I'm not that hard up. Not yet, I ain't." He let out a deep sigh, said, "Oh, I've got something to show you, Paul." And he minced to a closet, taking out a pair of women's shoes. He held them up, and Paul grinned. "How do you like my new drag shoes? Bought them this morning. Didn't Delman go mad with this pair? I think they're real kissy." "They certainly are. Those heels are so high." "Just so my nose don't stop bleeding," Jean screamed. "Jean, you're a kick. I swear I'm going to get in drag one of these days. Don't know what you're missing. You'd be a doll. Think so. With this hair chest and these arms, I don't think I'd call myself a doll. Guess I'd better stick to male attire. Butch type, huh? Grinned Jean. Just like my last husband. He was so butch he wore all my drags out. Even added more ruffles and crap to them. She was queer for ruffles. I swear if I had been married in a veil, I'd have to tear it in two so both of us could have worn it. She was a good lay, though. Wish she was back. A girl needs a husband. Jean grinned and looked at Paul, said, Want to be my husband? You know I'm a lousy lay, and tomorrow you'd throw me out. Oh, I don't think so. Dog, I've got to go before I take you up. Paul gently slapped Jean's cheek. Jean came up with his arms. It's nice to have you as a friend, Paul. There are so few, real friends. I hate to have you go. I've got to go see Dusty before he goes on. How about a drink for the road? I'll take a rain check on it. I really got to go. Thanks. Thanks for being my friend. You're tops, Jean. So are you, Paul. Come back later if you can. Come back anytime. And I mean anytime, Jean said very seriously. End of chapter 23. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 24 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 24. It was misting rain when Paul Boudreau emerged from his favorite bar. Flashes of lightning illuminated the sky for a brief second, then followed distant rolls of thunder. A cloud, hitherto unseen, came upon the horizon and hovered like a dark hand before a face. The whores, pimps, queers, and tourists had taken to the many bars and restaurants, leaving the usually busy Bourbon Street practically deserted. Alone with its many electric signs reflecting on wet stones and drooping awnings. Cabs kept busy by whistling people splashed down the street, and those who whistled in vain returned behind doors that they had emerged from, doors that kept inside the loud disturbance of blaring instruments and shouting. It all went on around him, concealed and unnoticed. Raining again, Paul murmured, watching the drop splatter against a lighted street lamp. Wish Dusty wouldn't have been off tonight. A cab pulled up, and the driver asked, Cab? No, thanks, Paul replied without looking. Won't cost you nothing, no? Paul looked into the dark front seat. Gaston, he cried. I didn't know it was you. How's everything? How's tricks? Good tonight. Where you going? Can I take you? No, thanks. I'm just walking, Paul said. You'd better get some cash customers tonight. May not be raining tomorrow. So what? Hop in. Not tonight, Gaston. Thanks. Thanks anyway. Want to be alone? Sort of. Okay, Paul. I'll see you. Come up soon and I'll buy you a drink. You know the address. I'll do that. Bye. Bye. Gaston's a good Joe, he thought. Maybe I should have gone with him. We've had a good time together. He's nice. Oh well, some other night. He shrugged his shoulders and from under an iron balcony looked down the street. His eyes searched it bit by bit and section by section. It all seemed dismal and lonesome, almost as lonely as himself. Where did you come from? He questioned, looking down at the large slabs of slate. Did you really come from France? Who brought you here to this miserable street? What things have happened to you, over you? Did the cart that carried the queen to the guillotine roll over you? Or were you still buried happily in the deep earth? They beamed back at him and looked almost alive, glared in wet changing colors. They were secretive and silent, as they had always been. They would not tell their past to anyone. Why should they? No one would believe a stone could talk. Paul had been drinking for hours, but the wonderful glow that always came, that glow that made him forget, had also forsaken him. He plodded patiently through the rain, and his whole life was spread out before him, and the walk before him stretched like a sheet of silver, placid under the lights, like a lake undisturbed by wind or storm. No waves would come to ruffle the stream water, no bulk of cloud, wind-driven from the gulf, obscured the clarity of this pale sky. The different doors, verandas, signs were all part of him. All around were things he had lived with as a child and a young man. He looked at a certain red door and remembered the older man who had lived there. It was such a long time ago, and now he wondered what had ever become of him. What did happen to gay men as they grew older? What happened to those that did not have the normal fulfillment of love and companionship, and sometimes even when they did? He thought of Jean Limbaud, alone and old now. Did Jean deserve this? This way of life that had only doom for an ending? He must have had lovers, many of them. In fact, he had known several. But today he was alone too, just like himself, and because his memories were so cruel and unpleasant, Paul's eyes filled with tears. His mind was a series of days past and of days to come. Rain can play odd tricks upon the fancy, even upon a dreamer's fancy, and as he walked hushed and sad, he thought, maybe some old aunties are happy and content. Maybe age does things to you. At least I've got money, and money is important to one growing old, real important to a gay person. He looked lost and puzzled, his normal expression dying away from his face as though swept clean by an unseen hand, and in its place a mask had formed, a sculptured thing, formal and cold, handsome still but lifeless. The smell of beer and rubbish made him look skyward, and the kiss-like drops felt good on his uncovered brow. His thin sports shirt stuck close, showing his upper physique, and his cut-out sports shoes sopped up water from the puddles entrenched on broken slabs, making each step remind one of rubbing taffeta. He was not aware of his appearance. He was aware that he had known fear and loneliness and very great distress on this very street. It all carried him back to his past with such force that he seemed to be reliving it again. Something inside him wanted to be carried back to the days when he was happy, when the city and Bourbon Street had been beautiful, when he had lain on his bed and watched his lover coming toward him. "Hey, look out, fellow!" He stopped, quickly coming from the past to the present. But he was too late. He had collided with the couple with such force that the girl would have slipped and fallen if her companion had not quickly caught her. Paul's confused and halting apologies brought forth a flow of cuss words from the girl, but his face was so sincere that her anger died down as quickly as it had flared. "That's okay, honey," she said. "We shouldn't have had a newspaper over our face. Took it for granted that people would see us. It's our fault." She turned to her companion. "Damn, baby, did you have to grab me here?" She rubbed her breasts. "You almost ruptured me, baby." She laughed. "I'm going to do more than that when I get you in bed, baby." Her companion grinned. Then he winked at Paul in a you-know-what-she-is manner. "You are you?" she said. "Come on, then. I can hardly wait." He looked at Paul with a subtle change in his eyes. The indefinable something that lingered there, momentarily, said something personal to himself with which she had no concern, as if he had preferred Paul's companionship to hers. Another horror with a trick, thought Paul. He grinned back at them. Her companion looked so young, so good-looking. He would have liked to have shaken hands with him, say, "I'm Paul Boudreau, and I'd like to buy you a drink." He had done that before, but only when they walked alone. He sort of respected whores. They had a tough life too. Even though he felt the boy would have gone with him, he would not interfere. No, whores didn't have it easy either. He started to walk and wondered as he did so, wondered what happened to prostitutes when they got old. Two men in gaudy suits passed with a cunning grin. They glared at Paul, and one said, "I don't know whether he's one of those queers or not. Kinda looks like one." "I don't give a damn if he is or isn't. I'd like a fling with him." He looked at Paul and said, "Ha! Want some company, fella?" Paul only glared back at them and walked silently on. "Beat your gums, you hop-headed bastards," he wanted to say. "I'm not that hard up. Thank God I'm what I am and not like you. Sex. Sex and more sex. Isn't there anything to life but sex?" He kicked at the sidewalk. He walked a long time, down Bourbon to St. Louis Street, on which he turned. He looked into Antoine's. It was very busy, but did not hold any interest. He thought of Café Lafitte on Bourbon and wondered if he should go back to it. He thought of Dusty and wondered where he was tonight. He was on Royal Street before he realized it. In fact, from this very spot he had seen Gaylord come down those steps across the street. He stared at them as if expecting a reappearance, But a short, bulging male had taken Gaylord's place and was now waddling to a waiting cab. The door closed and another person was gone. Paul gave a sickening little laugh. What a difference appearance makes. What a difference age. The separation of the moment was heartbreaking, for he was certain Gaylord had gone from his life as fast as he had come into it. Why should he assume that Gaylord would come back? After all, it had only been a pickup, and he had had many of those. They never came back, and when they did, it was only for one thing. It was only to end the same way as before. Someday, one of them would get tired. One of them would want new fields to conquer. This love begun would soon end. Paul looked up at the tall white hotel, and when his eyes focused on what he thought was the room in which he had spent the night with Gaylord, an idea occurred to him. He would stay in it again. Tonight, in that room, he could relive a wonderful moment in his life. It wouldn't be the same, no, but it might help clear his muddled mind. The room was dark, and a dark room meant vacant. Most times it did. Yes, it would feel good to sleep in the same bed again and relive that night. It would be restful tonight. He moved away from the restaurant, crossed the street, and mounted the hotel steps. He looked around. No one was watching him, although there were many people about. He was conscious of his wet clothes and tried to free his skin from the sticky shirt. He took out his comb, ran it through his hair, and moved again toward the revolving doors, informing himself he was doing the right thing, knowing that above him he might perhaps find solitude and comfort. He murmured the name Gaylord, and even the thought of the couple that he had bumped against, which had been on his mind, was forgotten. So were the names of past lovers and friends. On entering the lobby, Paul made his way over the carpeted floor. He spoke to several bellboys, busy with bags and bundles. He grinned at the porter, busy cleaning over an ashtrays. He noticed the crowd, busy getting reservations and checking out. They never stayed in one place long. They were always coming and going. Like his life, nothing was permanent. He crossed, walking between and around the milling figures, to a desk marked Sightseeing Tours. "Paul," the man behind the desk cried. "How good to see you." They shook hands. "Kinda wet, aren't you, kid?" "Hi, Grover." "You'd be wet too," Paul grinned. "Don't you know it's raining outside?" "Is it?" Grover pulled out a chair, smiled, and looked in Paul's face, said, "Sit down, honey. I just had mad sex before I came on, so I'm pooped. I wouldn't know if it was sleeting." "Yes, I guess I would too, for I'm sure I would have fallen flat on my ass coming to work." "I guess you would have at that." Grover handed Paul an open package of cigarettes. "Smoke?" he asked. Paul took one, and so did Grover. He sensed something was wrong. "How's it going, Paul?" They looked at each other between a thin screen of smoke, and Paul said, "Fine," then added, "Grover, find out if 1210 is occupied, will you please? If it is, I'd like to have it. I'm so wet I'd hate to go to the desk and ask." "Sure, Paul." Grover turned to the phone on his desk. "Just a minute, I'll ask Charles." He picked up the house phone and flipped the cigarette ashes with his finger. He studied Paul, began to wonder. That something was wrong he had no doubt, but why did he want 1210 when he had such a lovely apartment? No, 1210 was occupied, but he could have 128. He told Paul and added, "How about 128? "No," Paul said quietly. "It's got to be 1210. "Sorry, Charles. Skip it. Thanks anyway." Grover hung up the receiver. "Why in the hell do you want to stay in this dump when you've got a dream house to go home to? If it was mine, I don't think I'd ever leave it." "You would too, Grover. It gets kind of lonesome alone." "Well, honey, this isn't the Folies Bergère. It's dull as hell here tonight." Grover sighed. "I'm sorry, Paul, that I couldn't help you. Did you make a date? Was someone going to call you in 1210? Piece of rough trade." "No," Paul grinned. "It's really nothing. Thanks anyway." Grover gave a quick snap. "Oh, I remember. That cute thing you stayed all night with had 1210. That kid from Texas." He waved his wrist. "He was a doll. Every time he passed, my heart stopped. I tried to talk to him several times, but he knew how to avoid me. Guess he could read my mind. He was cute. Real cute." "Yes, he was. Oh, I've seen some just as cute." "Not like him," murmured Paul. "Have you heard from him?" asked the pale Grover. Paul shrugged in the chair. "No, I haven't. Guess that's why I'm so low. Now don't let that one get you down. I knew there was something wrong the moment I saw you, but I had no idea you had fallen for that kid. You've had one-night stands before, now haven't you, and they were just for the evening? What you need is someone new. Go out and find something. I wish I didn't have to squat behind this evil desk. I'd go with you. A new face always peps me up, and the bars must be gay tonight. Think so? Think that's what I need? I know it is. Why don't you go over to the Green Parrot? Is it still open? Is it? Grover threw a hand on his chest. It's madder than ever. Absolutely mad. They've got a bunch of drag queens working, and the trade just flocks there. Sounds interesting. I love drag shows. Wish I could go with you. I'm not as tired as I thought I was. Grover laughed and flipped the cigarette into a tray. It's so hard to meet someone you want to be with. I generally get the type that either wants money or one-night stands. Grover's mouth popped open. Oh, hell, I wish you'd been here earlier. There was the best-looking John here a while ago. Real manly and very nice. Just the type you're looking for. He came up to me and asked me if I knew some girl who would have dinner with him and then go to some club and dance. Just out of a clear blue sky, he pops up with this. I started to tell him I'd leave any time he wanted to. I decided I better not. He looked and talked so serious I wasn't sure just what he did want. Grover took a needed breath. I suggested Rosie. You know Rosie. I didn't think she looked like a whore. Do you? No. He asked me what she did, and I told him. He didn't want a whore and didn't care what she looked like, he said. I told him she was very attractive, but no whore. God, he was handsome. Just my type, too. Just left before you came in. He must have been something, Paul exclaimed. I've never seen you like this. Honey, he was a bitch's dream of heaven. Maybe he'll be back. You might try tomorrow. As always, tomorrow. Paul rose from the chair and patted Grover's drooped shoulder. Thanks. I hope you get him, Grover. He started to leave, but Grover hung on to him. Wait, he grasped. I think that's him. It is him. Grover was breathless. It is. That's him over by the door. See? Paul saw him, and his heart beat furiously. For from that distance, he could have sworn he was looking at Gaylord, an older, sophisticated Gaylord. It looks like Gay, doesn't it, Grover? A little, only better. And he's here. Go on over and let's see what happens. I'm so excited. Grover let out a soft, high giggle. Go on, Paul. Get him. Oh, go on before he leaves. Should I? You should. You better grab him before some other queen sees him. He won't be free long when the vultures see him. Wouldn't you hate to see some whore get this gorgeous thing? You know what they say about men, and I think he's willing. If he don't find someone, he'll turn to a whore. I know the type. You've been carrying on over that asshole Arnold long enough, and this kid from Texas is too sissy. He'd make a good sister, but who'd be the husband? What's wrong with me? Get you, girl. I knew you win. Go on. You're only young once, and I say when love calls, answer, if you have to hog-tie them. I guess you're right, Paul grinned. Guess I could stand a pickup after what happened last night. Well, here goes. I hope he doesn't talk with a lisp. If he does, I'll kill myself. He doesn't, honey, Grover said. Then he screamed softly. Fly, girl. He just left the lobby. Fly before the bats get him. And Paul walked rapidly out of the hotel, leaving a nervous and grinning Grover. End of chapter 24. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 25 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 25. Ted Miles stood under the hotel awning smoking a cigarette, wondering just what he should do. Something about the superb cut of his clothes and the spotlessness of his linens reminded one of an advertisement for costly tailors and haberdashers. The freshness of his face and the breeziness of his bearing in no way suggested his inner thoughts. He watched the bellboys loading and unloading cabs. They moved up and down the steps like ants, each with his bag under his arm, bending eagerly at the sight of a coin or a rumpled bill. He looked down at them again and ran a hand over his smooth jaw. For some time he was not aware of Paul's close presence, but when he noticed the wet-clothed boy, he smiled. "Looks like you got caught in the rain," he said good-naturedly. Paul grinned back and stroked the front of his shirt. I sure did. This is some night, isn't it? It sure is. Does it rain like this often in New Orleans? This is typical New Orleans weather. It'll probably continue like this for a couple of days. Oh, no, don't say that, Ted chuckled. He threw away his cigarette and lit another one. He also handed Paul the package. It would rain on my first day here. What in the hell can a fellow do on a night like this? I generally get drunk, said Paul, and wished the eyes were blue instead of brown. There was a provocative glance and a gleam of perfect teeth. His face was arresting, sensitive, medieval in some strange, inexplicable way, and Paul was reminded of a dancer he had once known. Could he rob him of his English tweeds and put him in tights with stripes running around his legs? He was sure he would have looked the same. He wished he could have remembered the dancer's name. He remembered the first. Peter Armentrout. That was it, Armentrout. And Peter's eyes followed his. They were saying, how about me buying us a drink? Paul lost the thread of his past. I like that. I don't like to drink alone. He paused, expecting him to smile. But he went on smoking his cigarette, and Paul noticed, faint as gossamer, the line between his brows. It's no fun to drink alone, Ted said brusquely. I'm Ted Miles. He held out his hand, which Paul took. I'm Paul Boudreau. Where can we go, Boudreau? Boudreau? Okay. Where can we go, Paul? The gesture with which he accompanied the words was so pompous that both broke into laughter. That's better, grinned Paul. There's lots of places, but I think I should go home and change. I've been walking in rain. Silly to like to walk in the rain, isn't it? I don't think so, Ted said sharply. I kind of like it myself. Seems to clean oneself. He smiled now. Do you live far? I do think you should change. Might catch cold. I don't live too far from here. Would you like to meet me, or would you like to come to my apartment? What do you think I should do? I don't like to drink alone either. You're more than welcome to come along. What will your wife say? Wife? I'm not married, Paul stiffened, said, Are you? Ted did not answer, and Paul was aware of a feeling of discomfort, as though he had trespassed on forbidden ground. I'm sorry, Paul continued. I didn't mean to get personal. Let's go to my apartment. That's all right, Ted said. I am married. He seemed embarrassed with his words, but she's in Los Angeles. It's a long ways from here. I don't guess she would mind, Paul told Ted. I've got some bourbon and scotch and gin, if you like gin, at home. Let's go. If you go in a bar by yourself, those B-girls will pester the hell out of you. Sounds good. You must have read my mind. We'll get a cab, if we can, and I'll get a bottle. But I was going to buy you a drink, remember? All right. Ted hailed a cab and they both got in. The car seemed to have the wings of Mercury as it rambled down Royal Street. It went dangerously fast, and the danger seemed to please them both, because it was taking them to adventure, because they were young. The sky was blue over the cathedral, and in the wash of mist it looked new. Even the heavy doors had lost their weathered look. One of them stood ajar, and as they passed, Paul could see dancing flames clustered about the feet of a beautiful statue. There was a wild, sweet joy in his heart, and as he looked back at the man of yesterday wrapped in secret self. They got out of the cab and walked toward the door of his building. On the right side, a mass of crystal chandeliers gleamed through the wet plate glass window, and on the left, an array of golden furniture. Ted had paid the cab driver, and Paul now said, Can't I pay for anything? No, Ted said emphatically. You've done your part by rescuing a lonesome guy. Inside Paul's apartment, he turned quickly to Ted and told him to mix himself a drink, a big one. He pointed to the stocked bar. Okay, Ted said, walking to the bar. I'll mix you one too. What do you want? A little bourbon and Coke, said Paul. I won't be long. He turned and went into his bedroom and stood undressed when Ted entered, carrying two large, thick glasses. Try this, he said. Paul took the glasses and clumsily reached for a robe. He could feel the color creeping into his face. A change had come upon their evening. It was not the thing of gossamer it had been. Ted had the face of one who walks in his sleep, and for a wild moment, the idea came to Paul that he would be kissed right then and there, and that the tangled orders of their subconscious minds were the same. They were both in a trance, both lonely and desirous of each other. He took the glass after a second and said, "Thanks, Ted." "You're welcome," Ted said, then asked, "Where's the bathroom?" "There." He was sitting on the bed putting on some dry socks when Ted returned. He smiled up at him, thinking he would not be alone tonight. Tonight there would be Ted, and if there weren't any Teds or Gaylords, he'd go searching for someone else. But tonight there would be Ted. He would be there, and he would smile, saying, "You're very nice, Paul. Very nice." Ted sat on the bed. "You've a lovely apartment, Paul. Almost too nice to leave." "Well, you don't have to," Paul said, and his fingers trembled around the glass. He was in a flushed stage looking at Ted, seated so close, and it was almost too much to bear just sitting there. He was like a little schoolboy being tempted by a stick of striped candy. "How's your drink?" Paul tasted it again, said, "Very good. How's yours?" "Fine. Would you mind staying in?" "Of course not. I'd rather. It's so nasty outside." He took a deep drink and arose. "I'll turn on the radio." Didn't Ted know he didn't want to go out, he thought? Was he going to have to make the first move? In his present savage mood, he wanted no delay, the quicker the better. The whiskey was taking effect, making him warm inside. Might as well get it over with. Find out about his companion. "Why don't you take off your coat and tie? Get comfortable." "If you don't mind, that's a good idea." Ted took off his coat and tossed it over the back of a chair. He untied the cravat and unbuttoned his stiffly starched collar. "That is better. Wonder who invented them." He ran his hand over his neck. "Kinda hard on the neck, aren't they?" "Kinda, I wish," Paul said savagely, still mindful of his thoughts and the soft smile. "I wish they'd take stiff collars and throw them to the wind." "To the wind?" Paul looked at him, seeing him masculine, tender, high-cheeked, wide of eyebrows, fair, and a lump formed in his throat. The mouth was just right, with a touch of wry humor about it, and the eyes looked out of hidden mysteries. "He's married," he found himself thinking. "He's married and has a wife in Los Angeles." It was only a quick thought, for Ted had suddenly taken him in his arms. He shivered inside himself, and the tenseness seemed unbearable. He went up on tiptoes to meet the lips, his eyes closing. His arm stole upward about the neck, and lips met his, hot and passionately. The radio blared out a jazz tune, but was not heard by either of them. Paul's mind ran riot then. Figures came before him, and pictures after pictures, and all the while he was in Ted's arms, giving back each kiss, meeting each demand. His own robe rustled slightly. He heard the sound of loose change rattle as Ted drew off his trousers. It stopped with a clump as they fell to the carpet. His robe fell silently on them. And then their bare bodies met, and hands dug deep of each one's flesh. They laid back on the goatskin, and Ted's grip on his arms were loops of steel, his lips of wine, and his body was night descending. On the other side of town, Dusty, glamorous female impersonator, sat sewing sequins on a new drag. His slightly bald head ached, and it required an effort to focus his eyes upon the tiny openings. His lover brushed the drops of rain from his forehead as he came into the room. He looked at Dusty with an indifferent glance and lit a cigarette. "Did you get a bottle, Bill?" Dusty asked. "No," he answered harshly. "I didn't get a bottle." "Why in the hell didn't you?" Dusty glared back at him. "Isn't that what you went out for? Where's my $5? "Your $5? Yelled Bill. "So it's your $5 now." "Well, I spent it on a good piece of ass. I need something good for a change. What else you want to know?" "If I thought you did—" "Oh, shut up." The sound of his voice in the tumult was so clear and definite, so full of pure scorn and rage, that Dusty stopped cold. He grabbed a pair of scissors and clutched them tightly. His face was contorted. "Don't tell me to shut up, you no-good son of a bitch. Don't you ever tell me to shut up, you damn cheap pimp," he shrieked with rage. "Shut up," Bill yelled and threw his cigarette at Dusty. There followed a shocking crash at Bill's feet. Looking down quickly, he saw a confusion of glass fragments and the cigarette butts bounding across the floor. Bill laughed loud. "I don't need an ashtray." He laughed again real loud and dodged a glistening object that shot past him. He coolly raised his eyes and, with another loud laugh, yelled, "You missed me, you wild-tempered bitch." He laughed again. "I don't need a haircut." Still grinning savagely, he came toward Dusty like a wrestler meeting a better one. "You damn wildcat, but I like 'em wild, so I can tame 'em." There was a sound of tearing cloth. Dusty screamed, and his long nails dug long, bloody furrows down Bill's face. He only laughed louder and tightened his grip. "Don't! God damn you! You're hurting my arm!" "Say you love me. Say it. Come on, say it." "Stop, you bastard!" "I said say it." He swung Dusty roughly to face him. "Don't, Bill. You know how I feel toward you. Don't be so goddamn jealous. Ain't you getting enough?" "It's not that." "What is it?" "I've got enough for 5 women, but I'm saving it just for you. You hear that? Just you. You jealous bitch. Someday I'm going to break your damn neck. Come here." His mouth came down in a hard, devouring kiss, and as the room reeled about him, Dusty thought, "He's no good. No good at all. But I don't care. I love him." Through the closed windows, Paul could hear the rain still falling. He did not want to flee this time, only to settle back peacefully on the wide bed with the darkness around him like a living thing, around and within, filling up the echoing contentedness of his heart. Paul said lazily, "I want a cigarette. Want one, Ted?" "Uh-huh. There's some in my shirt." "I've got some right here." And Paul swung sideways and turned on a lamp. Something lay forlorn on the floor near the bed. It was their clothes. He grinned, looking at them, and reached for a cigarette box. He handed Ted a lighted one and lit one for himself. Then he put a pillow behind Ted's back and asked, "How's that?" "Wonderful. Only one thing missing." Ted held out his arms and the other crawled into them. "I just like to lay here and dream and dream." "Dream of what?" "Just dream. No bad dreams, I hope. Just pleasant ones?" "Some are good. One isn't." "What isn't?" "When are you going back to Los Angeles and your wife?" "I'm not going back," he answered. He glanced at the hand in his. It was strong, long-fingered, manicured, and entirely capable. He looked for lines of effeminacy in the face, but the eyes were male, yet tender and kind. They reminded him of a picture he had seen in the Huntington Library in Pasadena of a young man of days long past, but he couldn't remember the artist or the name of the picture. He went on, "No, Paul, I'm not going back. I never intended to. I'm divorced." His mouth was so close to the other's that his breath rustled against the other's lips. So this wasn't a one-night stand after all, Paul thought, and they wouldn't be wasting last moments laughing at each other, telling how much fun it had been and hoped to see you again. He would not stroll back to the bedroom alone after he had said goodbye to Ted, because he was not leaving. Or was he? "Are you staying in New Orleans?" Paul asked. "I'm staying in New Orleans. I hope you'll let me come back once in a while." "You're always welcome. You know that." "Thanks, Paul. Tonight has been mine, and I'll never forget it. I wish it could go on and on. It's been mine too, Paul. I don't know when I've ever been so contented. I don't seem to remember the things bothering me before I met you, and my mind was full, real full. I didn't know which way to turn, or where to go. I wanted to stay in New Orleans, and I didn't. I wanted to go, and I didn't know where to go." He sighed deeply. "Ever been in that shape?" Paul was assailed with a familiar pang of loneliness, and from the street a girl screamed with delight, and a horn from a passing cab caught it up and carried it deep into his mind. Why was he remembering drinking coffee at the dingy old French market? Why was he remembering the place he had met Arnold? Damn, that's an ugly boy, he had thought. But the ugly one had gone home with him and stayed. How happy they had been for months following that meeting. How utterly full of joy his soul had been, and how handsome Arnold had become in his eyes. Yes, he had wanted to leave after their separation. He had wanted to go places, and there had been no places for forgetfulness or rest. He had come back to New Orleans to feel as lonely as he had left. "I know what you mean, Ted. It's happened to me too." "Paul, are you crying?" "I'm sorry. I was just thinking." He smiled, and his eyes were dry. "Of someone? He used to live with me." "Oh." Ted's voice was distant and grave. "Still miss him?" "No. I don't miss him. I'm glad it's all over. Do you like to live alone? I detest it. Why don't you live with me? It was just that suddenly. Would you really want me to? I asked you, didn't I? I know you did, Paul, but what? Not sure, he said slowly. I don't think I know how to explain. I don't know if I belong to your sort of world, for one thing. What is your sort of world? Paul asked. I'm not sure, really. Please believe me. I don't know. You see, I am divorced, free of the girl I spent 3 years with. She wasn't bad. Yes, it was my fault she fell in love with another man. We didn't belong, even though we tried. I could see she wasn't happy, and I think she knew I wasn't. I tried to be a man, and the first year was quite happy, but after that I began to be restless. I was mixed up like an unworked puzzle, all to pieces. I even went to a psychiatrist, but it didn't do any good. It's tough to enjoy both sexes. I guess it is, Paul muttered. I've never had an affair with a woman. Don't guess I ever will. I've been gay all my life. Queer, normal people call it. You're not so queer. You don't know me very well. You don't know what a bitch I really am. I've been in love lots of times. Each time I knew it was the real thing, but it wasn't. They all leave. Like Gaylord. Gaylord? I met him a few nights ago and fell madly in love again. Why isn't he with you? He lives in Texas. He's in love with someone else. Oh. Tonight, I'm in love with you, see? I'm really a bitch. I fall in love, I cruise, I do everything a common bitch does. But tonight, I do love only you. You don't believe me, do you? I don't know. It's hard to believe love is so easily found. Easy? No, it isn't easy knowing you will leave too. Leave? I'm the one that gets left all the time. You'll have a hard time getting rid of me. You mean I've got a roommate? You have one if you want one, if you'd call me a roommate. I hope you don't. You work fast too, don't you, Ted? Gotta be fast. I'm getting old. How old? I'm old enough. See? So you got hair on your chest. That's old enough for me. We're not a bit alike, you know that, don't you, Ted? Paul looked him straight in the eyes. There's no reserve about me. I'll lose my temper on the slightest provocation, flare up and get so mad I could kill. He smiled and pinched Ted's arm. That's all right with me. I may help you, grinned Ted. You want to get rid of me? Scare me so I won't move in? Suddenly, Paul rubbed his cheek against the other's. I don't want to get rid of you, he whispered. I just want you to know what you're going to have to put up with. But I don't want to get rid of you. I want you to stay. I'll take my chances. I'll stay. Ted kissed the lips close by. And I'll take my chances too, whispered Paul. He was about to enter a new life, beginning with this moment. Tomorrow it would continue, and the following tomorrows? Who knows? End of chapter 25. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 26 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 26. New Orleans was a pleasant memory, and the Sunday morning following his return, Gaylord awoke at 7:30. To him, now lying wide-eyed and motionless on his bed, he remembered Blake had not called last night as he said he would. A frightening feeling that his perfect existence might crumble made him fidgety. He lived through their past week, through evenings they had been together. His hand pressed against the silk pajama pants, tenderly cupped his flesh, and dreams filled his brain. He whispered, I want you, Bob. I wish you were here in my arms now. I wish I were in your arms. Why didn't you call last night like you said you would? He had waited for the call alone in the living room until 10:30. Several times he had been on the verge of calling, but had put it off. Then it was too late, and he had given up and gone to bed. Hurrying up the stairs to his room last night, his heart had been heavy, his mind muddled. Was Blake peeved with him? Had he done something wrong? No, nothing he knew of. Something must have come up, but he could have at least called. He had picked up a book and gone to bed and read until 12 before he had finally turned out the light, and then sleep had come quickly. On this beautiful Sunday morning he drew new courage, and with it came a gnawing in his stomach. I'm hungry, he decided. I should be, I guess. I didn't have any supper. Think I'd like a glass of milk. He moved quietly down the stairs, not wanting to awaken his parents, who always slept late Sundays. They had gone out early Saturday evening and had not returned until Sunday morning. He went to the kitchen. Out of a cupboard, he got a glass and tiptoed to the large refrigerator. Filling it with milk, he selected 3 cookies out of a pottery jar. He paused a moment, listening, wondering if he had awakened his parents, but no sound came from their rooms except the low snoring of his father. The house was silent. With the glass of white liquid and cookies in his hand, he went back to his room and slumped into a chair. He turned on the radio and nibbled at the pastry. As he listened to the organ music, he couldn't help thinking of Blake. He reached over and turned up the volume. He loved organ music, and the deep, mellow tones seemed to climb and intertwine in the large tropical leaves that arose from behind the bed. As he listened, he felt such a sense of loss and desolation sweep upon him that he snapped it off. Bob, he thought, where did you go last night? Did you have a date with Joy? He was alone again and didn't like it. He wanted to be around people, and again he didn't. What should he do? Where should he go? I'll go to church, he said, biting his lip. Church always makes me feel good. He looked at his watch. Yes, he had time to make it to the 8 o'clock Mass if he hurried. In his bathroom, he took a quick shower and carefully combed his hair. He critically examined his image in the mirror, then reached for the pink powder puff. It stopped in midair. No, he snapped. I'm not going to use you anymore. He threw it in the wastebasket. He reached for his favorite suit from behind the closet door and donned it quickly. With one last glance in the door mirror, he gave his cravat a final jerk. You look all right, Gaylord LeClarie, he said out loud. You look fine without powder. He grinned and thought of Blake again. I'll see you after church, he said in a low voice. And you'd better have a good excuse about last night, too. He ran a finger over each eyebrow, left the mirror, and started for his car. The sound of the mighty pipe organ, together with the chanting voices, filled the air. Gaylord ascended the stone steps of St. Philip's Catholic Church. His specially tuned ear caught the clear tenor voice of a classmate. How beautiful, he sang, and how ugly the mouth from where the sweet tones came. He entered the outer vestibule and dipped his fingers into the holy water, crossed himself, and gazed down the long vista of the center aisle, where the sanctuary lamp glistened in gold and crimson comfort before the marble altar. Rays of morning sun fell through circles of stained glass. They crossed and recrossed and lay rose golden upon it. Before the shrine of St. Joseph, a pyramid of candles flickered, and on the main altar were more. These stood white and straight in their gold-encrusted holders with flames like twinkling stars. The church was crowded, and he was almost at the altar rail before he had found a vacant seat. He would have preferred one at the rear of the church. Here he felt everyone's eyes upon him. Why did he have to be so self-conscious? Inside the pew, he knelt on the footrail, crossed himself again, bowed his head and prayed, Our Father who art in heaven. The organ swelled, and the voices raised and mingled with his prayers. Dominus vobiscum, chanted the priest. Gaylord rose from his knees. God be with you, he whispered. He looked at the priest. The rays of sunlight fell and gleamed on the brocaded chasuble, heavily embroidered with silver and gold threads. He watched the altar boy, surrounded with the sweet-smelling half-circles of smoke, and wondered if he was as bored with the whole surroundings as he seemed to be. He had never been an altar boy. The priest had asked him several times, but he had been afraid he would do something wrong or trip over the long red skirt. Deep in his heart, he cursed himself for being afraid. He would have loved nothing better than being an altar boy. Bless my mother and father, he prayed. Don't ever let me do anything to hurt them. Make me lose these sissy ways, please, dear God. Help me do the right things and see what's right from wrong. Please help me. Give me strength and courage to face people and talk without being so bashful. Make me like Bob. Make me a man. Please, Blessed Virgin, help me. Holy Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. and blessed is the fruit of thy womb. Jesus. Is it wrong for me to love Bob? Please tell me. I'm sorry for what I did to Joy. Deeply sorry. Forgive me, and don't let her hate me. Our Father, who art in heaven. As he sat there praying, he was perked out of his daze by a sour, stale wreck of alcohol. It can't be him, he thought. It can't be the drunk who thought I was a girl. Still, it could, and he breathed heavily as the hangover breath assailed his nostrils. He sat there praying it wasn't, dying to turn around and see for himself, but he was afraid to. He knelt again when church was over, and as he did, he glanced at the man behind him who was leaving. It wasn't him, and he let out a deep sigh. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Everyone else seemed to be, for the aisle was crowded. He knelt there and said another prayer. The church was almost empty when he did leave. On the front steps, a loud buzzing of mixed voices greeted him as he stepped through the door. He shaded his eyes and looked over them for a quick moment. He wished he didn't have to walk past so many people. He wished he was in his car and on his way home. A middle-aged woman came up to him, smiled, and spoke. "Hello, Gaylord. How nice to see you in church." "Good morning, Miss James," he smiled back at her. He walked down the steps and spoke to several more he knew among the chattering throng, and then, blinking in the sunshine, he stopped because standing right in front of him stood Glenn Rogers, his face all smiles. "Hi, Gay," Rogers said cheerfully, and the dimples deepened. "I didn't know you were Catholic." "Hi, Glenn. Yes, I'm one, but I don't go to church as often as I should. Don't guess you'd call me a very good Catholic." Rogers grinned, said, "My mother makes me. Mine doesn't. Maybe it would be a good thing if she did." "Don't hurt you, I guess, but some Sundays I'd rather do other things." Rogers rubbed his eyes. "This sun sure is bright, isn't it?" "Sure is. I'll be glad to get rid of this coat." Gaylord looked at the heavy fabric. How could he stand it? Why, even with this thin tropical gabardine he wore, it was warm. Rogers must be roasting. "Mine's hot too," he agreed. "I was going to call you last night and ask you if you wanted to go to the show with me. I wish you would have. I stayed home all evening. I was afraid you didn't like westerns, so I went alone. Then, too, I just knew you wouldn't be home on Saturday night. I've called during the week, and you're never at home. Do you ever stay home?" "I've been running around a lot lately." He looked at Rogers, but saw a deep bronze face. Blake's face was as plain as if it were before him. "I'll call you tonight," it said. "We'll go places, just you and I." He felt like someone peering through the keyhole of a locked door, a door that had no key or even knob for him to turn and enter. Footsteps echoed in his mind, whispers and memories, and he wished the vision was less remote, and himself anything but the creature that he was in this soft coat and shirt, his creased trousers. Tilly Rogers, neat and trim, broke Gaylord's vision. "I bet you're Gaylord," she said, and the dimples in her cheeks deepened. "Yes, ma'am, I am. I bet you're Mrs. Rogers." She extended her gloved hand. "It's nice to meet you, Gaylord. Glenn has talked and talked about you. It's about time we met." "Thanks, Mrs. Rogers," said Gaylord. He liked the way she spoke. He looked at Rogers, then back at her. "I hope it's been good things you've been hearing." "They certainly have been." She turned from one boy to the other. "Glenn doesn't make friends easily, but he certainly has taken to you." "Mother," blushed Rogers. "Well, you have, haven't you?" "Well, I think a lot of Glenn, too," put in Gaylord. He liked Mrs. Rogers very much. She made you feel so at ease. "Why, Gaylord LeClaire," a woman cried in a fish peddler's voice. "I ain't seen the likes of you in near a couple of years." She reached out and hugged him vigorously right there in front of everybody. Gaylord blushed at his mother's ex-housekeeper's actions. She was crude, but she had been so good to him. He had been sorry when she left them to get married. "Hello, Selma," Gaylord said. He tried to smile. "You're sure growing. Look more like your pa than ever. Darn if you don't." She scratched under her arm. "How's your folks?" They were all watching, and he felt embarrassed. Why should he feel that way? Even if her hat was outdated or the rouge on her cheeks smeared, what did it matter? "Selma," he began, "this is Mrs. Rogers and Glenn Rogers." "Pleased to meet you." She held out her rough, naked hand. Mrs. Rogers and her son knew this farm woman type. They held out their hands to her, and she squeezed each with a tight, warm grip. They talked for a while, and then Selma left. Gaylord breathed a sigh of relief. He waved back at her and kept remembering the birthday cake she made for him. They talked of Selma, and then Mrs. Rogers asked, "Why don't you come and have breakfast with Glenn, Gaylord?" "Yeah," broke in Rogers. "Come and have breakfast with me, Gay." How could he refuse? It was still early. Probably Blake was still in bed. He wouldn't stay long, and he could call from Glenn's and let his mother know where he was. He'd call after he had eaten, because his parents were probably in bed too. "Well, come on, Gay," pleaded Rogers. "All right, I've got my car. I'll meet you at your house," Rogers said. "I'll ride with you and make sure you do." He grinned, and the dimples grew deep. "That'll be fine," beamed Mrs. Rogers. "You two boys run along." "Won't you come with us, Mrs. Rogers?" he asked. "Thanks, but I have a way home. A neighbor brought us to church, and she'd wonder where I was. I'll see you at the house." "We'll see you. Bye." And Gaylord and Rogers walked away. After the old-fashioned breakfast, Gaylord was so pleasantly aware of the overstuffed chair's comfort he never noticed the upholstery of pressed plush, flowered rug, cheap oak table flanked with family portraits, or even the plain electric bulb hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the room. But it was Mrs. Rogers who did affect him. She had served them calmly on a table covered with oilcloth, and her hands, unornamented except for a wide wedding band, had been busy moving over the stove, dishes, and table. "I never want to see any more food," he said, rubbing his stomach. Rogers looked at the relaxed figure, said, "I don't either. I had a glass of milk and some cookies before I went to church. Then those hot cakes and eggs and grits. I bet your mother thinks I'm awful. She should, the way I ate." "She would have if you wouldn't have eaten anything," grinned Rogers. Gaylord was glad Mr. Rogers wasn't there, and he never asked about him. The telephone rang, and though Rogers arose to answer it, his mother had already done so. "Phone will get me out of my chair. Think that's about the only thing that would." He smiled and slumped in his old position. "I'd better call Mother," Gaylord said, realizing he had forgotten to call home. "May I? She doesn't know where I am." "Sure, go ahead. Mother's through. It's in the hall, Gay. I'll show you." He started to arise. "Don't move," Gaylord said. "I'll find it." There was an instantaneous response to his call. His mother was up and wondering about his whereabouts. Did he want to go to the country with him to see Aunt Emma? No, he didn't want to go. Had anyone called? No, no one had called. In fact, the phone had not rung all morning. "Damn, Bob hasn't called yet," he thought, not listening to his mother. No, he didn't know what he was going to do today. Maybe he and Glenn would go for a drive. Yes, he'd be careful. He hung up the receiver and went back into the Rogers living room. Rogers had turned on the radio and was reading the funny paper. He laid this down when he saw Gaylord enter the room, said, "Everything all right?" "Yes. They're going to the country to see an aunt of mine. Wanted me to go." "Oh?" Rogers sounded dejected. "Now you'll leave." "I told them I didn't want to go." "Let's take a spin or something. Maybe it'll settle our breakfast." "Okay." Rogers was up, willing to do anything his companion suggested. "I've got to go to the bathroom first. Do you?" "No, I'll wait for you." Rogers started to leave, but a brilliant idea stopped him. "Say," he began, "let's go out to the farm, Gay. I think you'd like it. We could fish in the creek, take a swim, or just mess around. I'd like for you to see it." His eyes beamed as he thought of his beloved woods. So Blake didn't call after all, thought Gaylord. Well, he wouldn't be at home if he did call. I'll get even with him. He's a little jealous of Glenn anyway. He looked at Rogers, all smiles, and said, "Sure, let's do. I think that would be fun." They walked into Rogers' room, and he had already ripped off his tie. "Gotta change these clothes," Rogers said, "and then we can go by your house and you can change yours. Won't take me long." And it wasn't long before Rogers stood disrobed. He left on his shorts, and Gaylord watched him as he put on a pair of khakis. Hard work had made his arms and legs strong and muscular. His chest was broad under the undershirt of cotton, and a few hairs were visible at its neckline. He put on other socks and slipped on his old boots. "Glenn," Gaylord exclaimed, "I haven't any cowboy boots. Are shoes all right?" "Sure, but they sure get scratched. Do you have some old ones?" "These are old." Rogers looked at the polished shoes. "Don't look old to me. They look brand new." He reached under the bed. "Here, wear these," he said, handing Gaylord his good boots. Try these on. I couldn't wear your good ones. They're not new. Just polish them, grinned Rogers. Try them on, Gay. He tried them on, and they fit perfect. They felt good to him, maybe just because they belonged to Rogers, maybe because he had never had on a pair before. I hate to wear your good boots, Glenn. I might get them scratched. So what? I can shine them again, said Rogers. Better take some shoes, too, in case your feet get tired. Shortly thereafter, Gaylord, equipped with cowboy boots and accompanied by Rogers, departed for his home. Rogers was already in a gay mood over the anticipated outing. His mood increased still further when he learned that Gaylord was anxious to see his old haunts, and it made him feel good that his friend wore his boots. His joy was so obvious and overflowing, it seemed to rub off to Gaylord, for he too looked happy. Blake was forgotten. For the first time, he was wearing cowboy boots and going fishing. Maybe this was the turning point of his life. He was doing what other boys did. He had never been privileged to enjoy such a friendship before, and he found it fun to be going fishing. His father had tried to arouse his interest in sports and hunting, but somehow this was different. His mother had always discouraged such things with the pretext that it was unsafe and dangerous for Gaylord to shoot or cast. Why, he might get shot or put his eye out. Though Carol LeClaire had been sincere in deploring these, she had unknowingly blundered. She never once realized how unhappy her son actually was. But this morning he was a real boy, and there was no question of unsuitability, of getting shot or blinded. He had thrown the powder puff away and now wore good shiny skin, and he was actually going fishing. Do you have a reel for me, Glenn? I don't have any. No, but I've got some poles. You can't use a rod and reel where we're going. That's fine. Don't you worry about any of that stuff. Just leave it all to me. Okay. It seemed the night had descended again on entering the LeClaire's living room. Gaylord immediately drew the drapes and opened the blinds. Kinda dark, wasn't it? He said. Let's go to my room, and I'll change. Rogers followed him up the stairs. He liked the feel of the carpet under his boots. This rug's soft as cow. He stopped and laughed. Gaylord grinned at him. Did you mean cow shit? How'd you know? That's what you were going to say, wasn't it? Well, yes. Say it then. It is soft, isn't it? They both are, grinned Rogers. It was an odd comparison, but it struck Gaylord as being rather clever. In his room, Gaylord bade Rogers to make himself at home and that he would hurry. Rogers glanced from the drapes to the large nude picture. He was impressed by everything. Darn, this is a pretty room, he said, and meant every word. Like it, Glenn? I did it myself. You did? Sure did. I didn't know you could paint and paper. Mother does, but I didn't think you could. I can't worth a darn. I helped her paste, though. I can do that. Oh, I didn't do the actual work. I just chose the colors and things. You sure did a good job. It sure is pretty. Let's see, Gaylord began, opening his clothes closet and looking back at Rogers. What in the world should I wear? He wished he had said hell. Anything old. There's lots of brush, so don't wear anything good, because you might ruin it. Gaylord pulled out a pair of light blue gabardine slacks, said, Guess these'll do. Hell, Gay, Rogers cried. Those look brand new. Don't you have some jeans or khakis? They're not new, and I'm tired of them anyway. He wasn't going to confess he had neither one suggested. He sat down and tried to pull off the boots, but couldn't. He laughed and followed instructions as Rogers came to his rescue. You've got a high instep, Rogers grinned. He took hold of the boot with both hands and grinned again. Now push. Gaylord pushed and stretched his toes free. Boy, what a fit. Think I can get them back on? Sure, you can get them back on. Gaylord undressed, leaving on his silk shorts. He wore no undershirt. The shorts kept Rogers' gaze. His mother had some of the same material. He had seen them on the clothesline. Of course, they were made different and were not white. Funny, he thought. I didn't know men wore silk underwear. He picked up a magazine and looked, uninterested, at the pictures. Do you know, spoke Gaylord, this is the first time I've been fishing? He didn't mind confessing this horrible secret to Glenn Rogers. It is, said Rogers, and laid down the magazine. That's about all I used to do on Sundays. Gaylord answered eagerly that he knew it was going to be fun, but that he was dumb, that Rogers was going to have to be his teacher. As far as he was concerned, he didn't even know how to bait a hook. The sun was rising between the tree branches which veiled it without hiding it. It shone through the Celanese glass curtains and fell across the bed. There were a few sounds. A rooster crowed, a bird chirped in the window tree, a truck passed on the street which lay beyond the alley. Yes, it was a perfect day for anything. All his perplexities, all his worries were relegated to another sphere. He forgot that he had wondered why Blake hadn't called. He had even forgotten to deepen the waves in his hair or care that one button was off on the sports shirt he had just slipped on. Things like that were far away and so unimportant here and now. As Roger said, it was unimportant how you looked or dressed when you went fishing. He slipped on the boots again. It was fun to be wearing something that belonged to Rogers. He grinned at Rogers then and said, "They go on a lot easier than they came off, don't they?" "I told you they would." "That's right. You did, didn't you?" "Uh-huh. Ready?" "All ready. Watch out, fish. Here we come." "Oh, I almost forgot. You said I'd better take some shoes, didn't you, Glenn?" "I think it would be a good idea." "So do I. I don't know how long I'll be able to walk in these. I'm not a very good cowboy, I'm afraid, but I'll try." And he walked bow-legged to the clothes closet. They went downstairs, and Gaylord suggested some sandwiches, just in case they didn't catch any fish, he grinned. "May be a good idea," Rogers said slowly, sorry he had not suggested it himself. Gaylord talked disjointedly as he buttered the bread, and ran to the refrigerator where he brought out sliced ham, cheese, pickles, and sliced salami. "Can't I help?" put in Rogers. "I've just about got everything under control, like salami. Oh, yeah. In that drawer are some luncheon claws, Glenn. You can get one of those out if you will." "We don't need any." "We might. It'll get dirty." "So what? It can be washed. We'll have a picnic, too. If we catch some fish, we can fry them over the fire like they do in the movies. I'll take a skillet and some lard, too." "That would be fun." "I think it will be, too." Gaylord's voice sounded excited. "How do you know you're going to like fishing, Gay?" "That's just it," he answered, pushing the cloth over the top of the box he had packed. "I don't really know, but at last I'm going to have a chance to find out whether or not I like it. Thanks to you." They left the house and were off to adventure. End of chapter 26. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 27 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 27. Glenn Rogers sat back in the leather seat of the cream convertible and pushed his legs out in front of him. From time to time he gazed at Gaylord with increasing admiration, not unmixed with awe. He had never heard of a boy who had never gone fishing, and the consciousness that other things might exceed it in fun and opportunity opened new vistas to him. Moreover, the thought that Mr. LeClaire had never taken his son fishing puzzled him. Still, neither had his father taken him. He had always gone alone or with friends. He wondered at Gaylord's likes and dislikes, and hoped his suggestion would not end in disaster. After all, he didn't know too much about Gaylord. He was certainly not well informed about his hobbies. But now that the question had arisen, he dismissed it easily, with the certainty everything would work out. Only Gaylord was so advantageously placed that he could choose or pick where he would go or what he would do. Would he have chosen this himself? "Don't expect too much, Gay." Gaylord, now well along on a strange road, said he didn't, that everything would be better than staying home or going to a movie. "The woods hasn't been cleared out," Rogers went on. "Guess you'd rather have gone someplace else." "Glenn Rogers, stop worrying about me. I'm thrilled to death about going. Why, today I'd rather be out in the woods fishing than any place I know." He spoke reassuringly, easing Rogers' fear. As they rode along, Rogers pointed out familiar landmarks. Old Man Turner's water well, where, he said, when they were pumping for the rice fields, he had once gone swimming. In that big house lived his widowed aunt. She was his mother's only sister and had 6 kids. No, that field wasn't oats. It was flax. "Turn here, Gay." Gaylord obeyed and turned down a narrow dirt lane. The air was warm and seemed to cheer him. It was good to be out of the heavy traffic where you had to be so careful. Good to be able to drive at ease and watch the moving landscape. He reached a wooden gate and stopped. An immense chain circled it and a cedar post, and he wondered how Rogers would ever open it. It was both fascinating and puzzling to him because, as if by magic, the gate swung open under Roger's touch. Giving it a shove, Rogers drew back to let him pass. Rogers jumped back into the car, said, "This is the farm. Now just follow the path until I tell you to turn." "Turn, it's rough. Not like it used to be. But you can't get people to keep your place as good as you would. I used to have it as smooth as glass. Except when it rained. Boy, it's impossible. I don't mind the bumps. And I bet it is bad when it rains. It's so black." "That's our house." Rogers pointed to a small wooden house with a porch, which, as Gaylord first peered at it, seemed to consist mostly of small, brightly painted window frames, though these were flanked on either side by white walls. It wasn't an unattractive house, and he was presently aware of the many blooming rose bushes around it. He turned a questioning gaze on Rogers. "Who planted all those rose bushes?" "Mother," said Rogers, whose natural orbit surrounded him, including the spreading tree on the right side of the house. "They're sure in bloom." "We won't stop now," Rogers said good-naturedly. "But if you want some, we can stop on the way back." "I don't want any. They're too pretty to pick, and by the time we got home, they'd be dead. Thanks anyway, Glenn." They passed the house, stables, and fenced-in corrals, over an open cattle guard, and headed for a solid line of trees outlining the horizon in front of them. "There's Jake," cried Rogers. "Hi, Jake." He waved his hand. Gaylord turned when Rogers referred to Jake. He saw a brown-faced middle-aged man, dressed in overalls, sitting on top of a red tractor. He waved without speaking and continued down the plowed rows as unobtrusively as he had approached. "Jake and his wife farm for us. They're not bad renters. She dips snuff, that's what Mother doesn't like. I don't see why anyone would want to use that nasty stuff." "I don't either, but she does. Spits in a can and has a piece of stick in her mouth all the time." Roger's hand went in front of him. "See that big tree over there?" Gaylord nodded. "Pull up under it and your car will be in the shade." "You mean this is it?" "This is it. I don't see any creek." Rogers laughed and grinned. "It's just in the woods a little ways. You'll see it." He stopped under the tree's low branches and they both got out. Gaylord pulled at the moss that hung from them like beards from old men. He remembered another woods of days past, a woods and creek that ran through the oil fields he used to live in. He remembered how they used to run hand in hand across the yards and then crawl under the barbed wire which protected the creek and woods from the cows which grazed among the yards. Safely inside, he and past playmates used to play in the small creek. They fished for minnows, with bent pins for hooks and grasshoppers for bait. All the memories of the creek running under the cluster of willows were so acutely happy that they forced a sudden longing to Gaylord's eyes. In those days he had been joyous with every sense of the body. He had often thought since that that kind of happiness would never come again, that it had been lost when they had moved away. Perhaps he had been wrong. Gaylord's eyes were brought back to the present by catching the glint of light on the box under Roger's arm. And now Rogers looked at him and bade him follow. "These sandwiches sure are going to be good," Rogers grinned. "I hope so. Is the box heavy?" "No, it's not heavy. Come on, Gay." The last outline of plowed fields dropped behind them, and with it the smell of dust. It gave way to a fresh, clean smell of things growing. Gaylord realized with little amazement that they were already in thick brush. Why, they had only started and already the thickets lay behind them. A squirrel dashed past and scampered up the beaten bark of an old tree. Gaylord, startled, walked closer to Rogers, walked on the thick mold beneath his feet. The wet scent of decayed wood and loam came up into his nostrils like something new and undiscovered, and each sound, each step, seemed to intensify the stillness, the mystery of the place. He saw a lizard sunning itself under a sunspot, and somehow he was not scared or surprised when it scampered for new grounds. He was thinking of snakes now, and with the thought came a big splash of water. This scared him. Panting and grabbing Rogers, he asked, "What was that?" "Just an old bullfrog," Rogers replied, unconcerned. Then he remembered the tone of the voice. Turning around, he said, "Nothing to be scared of, Gay." "It scared me. I was thinking of snakes." "There ain't no snakes here." "A little white lie wouldn't hurt." "I hope not. I hate the slimy things." He heard the sound of his feet trying to keep step with Rogers. "How much further?" he asked. Not very far. Tired? No, just wondering. Hot? Sort of. Rogers wiped his brow. He looked at Gaylord, saw no sweat, and the thin shirt was not sticking to his slender body as his was. Then, at last, he announced, "We're almost there." Gaylord gave a deep sigh. "I'm glad. These thickets are pretty rough." After about 10 yards, they came to a clearing worn bare of berry thickets and grapevines. The creek ran smooth, and quiet sunbeams glimmered and flashed on its moving surface. No rocks, no rapids disturbed or darkened its cool color. It mirrored only the image of arcing green. Gaylord liked what he saw, and dreamily followed the flight of 4 dragonflies that skimmed the surface of the water under the arc of trees. He watched them until they vanished. The green world swam about him, blocking out the glaring outside world on all sides, and the high bending trees followed suit. Patches of sun, shining like spotlights, formed on the cool short grass and sand and clear water. Now and then the deafening silence was broken by the chirp of a bird, crickets, and occasionally the splash of a frog. "Glenn," Gaylord said with an air of enchantment, "this is beautiful. Just beautiful." His boots sank in the soft sand, beige sand that continued in a gentle slope until it melted into the clear water. Memories, the greatest of arts, recreated for Gaylord scenes out of the past that must have taken place here. Scenes now in action, now in words, bits of dialogue, touched him deeply, remembering all the time that this was Glenn Rogers' paradise, or had been. And then Rogers made it more fascinating by saying he had found several Indian arrows. He had even found an old rusty hatchet. Gaylord could see their naked red skins plainly as he listened, could even see the teepees they lived in and the cruel tomahawks they scalped with. They must have been a carefree people, though, living all over America long before the pioneers came. He said, "I saw some Indians in Oklahoma City. Of course, they don't look like they used to. I don't guess they do. Dad says there's lots of them in Arizona, live on a reservation. I'd hate to live on one, wouldn't you?" "I sure would. Guess you'd have to get permission to do anything on a reservation, probably even to leave it." Gaylord grinned. "If we lived on one, we couldn't go fishing, could we?" "That's right. We came here to fish, didn't we?" Rogers got up from his squatting position. "I've some poles and a seine over by that shed I built." He pointed to a small shelter almost hidden with brush. 3 handmade poles lay against it and continued up the tree trunk. From inside the shelter, he drew a tarpaulin, unfolded it, and brought forth a seine. "Damn, you're smart, Glenn," Gaylord said by his side. "You want a nickel?" Then he brought out a shovel. "And if we can't catch any bait, we can go dig for some. There's lots of worms." With only their shorts on, they pulled the seine through the shallow water, and it wasn't long before they had a can full of minnows. Gaylord fell once, but he only laughed and pulled at the wet shorts sticking close to his body. Rogers baited one of the hooks and handed the pole to Gaylord. Then he baited one for himself. He heard an owl and hooted back at it. Then together they threw their lines. "Bet ya I catch the first one," grinned Gaylord. "You won't if you stay there. Better try over here." He didn't mind. After all, he didn't know anything about fishing, but Glenn did. They were silent after he had moved to the spot where Rogers had indicated. "What kind of fish are in here?" whispered Gaylord. "Perch and catfish." "I hope I catch a perch." "I hope you do too," smiled Rogers. "Let him catch one," he prayed. "Let his hook go under real quick and let him pull out a perch." "I've got one," Gaylord cried and pulled a small sand perch out of the water. "I've got a fish." "Damn, if you haven't. Want me to take him off for you?" "Yeah, but don't hurt him," giggled Gaylord seriously. Rogers laughed. "He's already hurt." "He's not so small, is he?" "He's not so big," grinned Rogers, holding the perch in his hands. He stretched out to Gaylord. "Here," he grinned. "Want him?" "No. Don't they stick?" "Feel." He felt of the flopping fish in Rogers' hand and added, "Isn't he pretty?" "Yeah. Wish he was bigger." "He's big enough. Bait my hook and I'll catch a lulu this time." "Okay. I'll spit on it for luck." They stood motionless for a long time, and the warm, fragrant air filled his lungs deeply. Gaylord wished for another bite, and Rogers helped, but the creek seemed vacant. He watched a bird fly skyward. It seemed so free, so happy. Now he remembered Blake, and with it came a confused emotion. He turned and looked at Rogers, leaning against the end of a tree stump. "Glenn," he said slowly. "Yeah?" "Let's go swimming." "I was just going to ask you if you wanted to. I think you caught the only fish in here." He threw his pole on the sand. "Come on, I'll beat you in." Rogers threw his shorts on the sand and ran naked for the water. He was not embarrassed here. This was his hideout from the outside world, the spot he loved best. There in the quiet running water under the trees whose roots reached down into the sandy soil and fixed themselves in the bank like a protecting hand, he had swum many times. Lying at their base, he had looked up into the sky and dreamed of being 21 and of all the things he would then be able to accomplish. Gaylord's eyes traveled over Roger's body. He felt that there was in Rogers a memory of Blake which expressed itself in the flesh, in Roger's skin, and in the eyes and hair, especially in the warm light of his eyes. The body reminded him of a graceful tree that had sprung up adventitiously from the chance dropping of a seed. To rid what he was feeling, Gaylord drew off his shorts and splashed through the water. For some reason or other, he wasn't ashamed for Rogers to see him naked. In the water, a few minutes later, Rogers swam over to the cliff and scampered onto a log that extended over the water. Rogers stood naked there on the end of the log, his hands on his hips, his eyes on Gaylord, and the dimples in his cheeks were very deep. Gaylord looked up at him and grinned. "Well," he thought, "you got your wish, Gaylord LeClaire. There's Glenn right before you, and he's as naked as a newborn babe." Gaylord watched and admired the developed naked body. He wondered what was going on behind the smiling eyes, wondered what was going through the handsome head. He wondered all this, and as he watched the muscles of the arms and legs expand with each movement, watched the sun play over the dripping hair and hips, Rogers stood grinning, his hands on his hips, at him, and there was a playful twinkle in both their eyes. "Well, Gaylord," he thought, "you've got your wish. Take a good look." And he did exactly that. He started from the feet and ended at the grinning eyes, then went back over the naked oven-brown skin, and the dripping water seemed to melt from its warmth. An undercurrent pulled at his feet, and he braced himself to meet it. The stillness lay around him, and the shadows made valleys between the brush ridges, deep and cool. Rogers broke the silence with a yell. "Here I come!" Below Gaylord, in the obscure depth, something moved and touched his leg. He uttered a scream of delight and with strong movements tried to swim away. A burst of bubbles burst before him and Rogers' head appeared close to his own. "Boo!" Rogers cried. "Glenn," laughed Gaylord. And a sudden warmth shot through him on feeling the other's hands around his waist. They clung together a second laughing, and the warmth grew greater as their bodies touched. Gaylord's sides ached with pleasure under the other's strong hands, and he wanted to kiss the grin so close and yet so far away. Gaylord was afraid Rogers would read his eyes, and a strange new sense of shame, a hot flush, as though he had fever, swept through him. He pushed away the shoulders his hands had rested on. Then Rogers laughed. He laughed and drew Gaylord to him again. "I didn't scare you, Gay, did I?" he asked. Gaylord tried to laugh. "Course not." And while Rogers talked, Gaylord listened, frightened like a mouse in the paw of a cat. "I sure didn't mean to. I'd never want to do that, Gay." Pensive, Gaylord listened to the pulse of silence and the water. The water alone endured the same. The log still lay at the limit of the land, and the creek ran on down its pathway to some unknown end, tracing a word of prophecy and recollection. But this was not a period for dreaming. It was a time of awakening to the fact that if he and Rogers stayed in this embrace much longer, he would inevitably yield to the passion engulfing his being. This attraction was too strong to find easy or swift appeasement, and it was quite possible it might explode unless Rogers released him. He was thankful for the water, thankful it wasn't too clear, but Rogers could feel his tense body growing more so with each passing second. He couldn't hide from this. Then Gaylord LeClaire, that sober young man whose wet hair hung over his forehead and whose blue eyes were tense, would lie a long time in his lonely bed and wish it had never happened. And yet, to just kiss those lips so close to him would be so wonderful. But he shouldn't. It wouldn't be fair to Blake, but still the longing was there. And in the warm water, a shiver went through him. "You're not cold, are you, Gay?" "No, Glenn," he answered. I'm not cold. Are you scared of water? No, silly. It's not the water. He broke away, and there welled up in him stronger than ever that he must get away. He was not going to do anything he might regret. He was going to be like normal boys, not like the ones he had seen in New Orleans. He looked back at Rogers and called out, I'll beat you to the other side. Better hurry then, screamed Rogers, and started swimming after Gaylord. Gaylord did reach the other side first, but as he tried to scale the clay bank bordering the water's edge, he slipped. Rogers' embrace was waiting. Gaylord stood so still that Rogers looked at him puzzled. Then he moved and put one hand on Rogers' shoulder. I slipped, he grinned. Thanks for catching me. His hand remained on the wet flesh. But you beat me. I didn't know you were such a good swimmer. There's lots of things you don't know about me, Glenn. Now, why did he say that? Is there? Grinned Rogers. And the way he said it, putting his hands around the other's waist, made the blood rush to Gaylord's head. There was a blast of sound, a splash of water behind him, and Gaylord tightened both hands around Rogers' neck. Is that somebody? Whispered Gaylord. Just another frog, Gay. Phew, guess you know I'm a baby, too. He let go of the shoulders. You're not. I'd be scared, too, in a strange place. But I don't think nothing could scare me here. Nothing? Nothing. Gaylord wished the hands around his waist would draw him close, but they just stayed there. For Gaylord, everything seemed to stop. He heard a bird's shrill cry in the tree overhead. It sounded to him like a cry of a male in search of a mate. He felt that old urge returning and dug his toes deep into the sandy bottom of the creek. Then, all of a sudden, for a quick second, his hands came up to Roger's face and he patted the wet cheeks. Then he broke away quickly and yelled, I'll race you back. And with a swift lunge, he was on his way. Glenn doesn't feel the way I do, he thought, swimming through the water. He doesn't know. He probably thinks I'm a funny guy. They lay together on a bank of soft white sand, lay naked, and let the breeze blow over them. It was a little breeze, swishing through the tall trees, rustling the leaves of the creek bushes. There was a sound of frogs, and every now and then a quick splash of water, and there were wild roses blossoming around them. You could smell them in the breeze. They lay on their bellies and used their arms for a pillow. After a while, Gaylord raised his head from his arms and looked at Rogers, who grinned back at him. Gaylord said, It's good just to lay here. I feel so relaxed after swimming. He stretched his legs out full length and dug his toes into the sand. Gosh, the warm sand felt so good next to his naked body, so soft and warm. Rogers agreed and raised his head. He rested on his elbows. He was content here in his haven. There was nothing to worry about here. No fences to fix, no cows, no nothing. He picked up a twig and pulled it through the sand, drawing nothing, writing nothing. Gaylord raised on his elbows, too, and watched. Let's come back here again, Glenn, real soon. You just named the day. Next Sunday? He picked up a twig, too, and on the sand he wrote B-O-B. Then he wrote G-L-E. Suddenly, he realized what he was doing and quickly scratched over it. He turned on his back and looked into the green trees overhead. To hide what he was feeling, he grabbed a handful of sand and let it run through his fingers. Rogers rolled on his side and faced Gaylord. Next Sunday's the date, then. He took a handful of sand and let it run through his fingers. I'm glad you like it out here. I just love it. He sighed deeply. Gosh, I wish we could come out here every day. I do too. You want to fish some more? Gaylord looked into Roger's face. Do you? He asked softly. I ask you first. Oh, not particularly, unless you do. I don't care to. The soft brushes of the wind swayed the branches overhead, and small specks of light shone through the clusters of leaves and danced on their naked bodies. One so brown, one so fair. Rogers picked up a rock out of the sand and tossed it into the creek. Gay, whispered Rogers. Gaylord dared not open his eyes or speak. In this wild and somewhat fearful moment, he became tense and frightened. Frightened at the thought of what he would do if Rogers suddenly kissed him. Rogers had read the name he had written in the sand, and a funny look had come over his face. Had that started something? He could not answer for the sudden lump in his throat. Gay, Rogers repeated. He opened his eyes ever so slightly, breathed, "Huh?" He looked at the other's soft eyes and didn't care then. "I'm hungry, aren't you? Let's have a sandwich." Rogers brushed at the sand on Gaylord's chest, tickled the flat bare stomach. "Ouch, I'm ticklish," Gaylord cried. "How about here?" Rogers asked menacingly, digging into the other's ribs. "Are you ticklish here?" "Yes," cried Gaylord, and he tried for Rogers' ribs, but Rogers was too fast. He laughed and sat on Gaylord's stomach. "How about here?" He reached for the armpits. "Don't, Glenn," cried Gaylord. "Okay," Rogers laughed. "Let's have a sandwich." His hand came down and patted Gaylord on the thigh. "You're not mad, are you?" "No," grinned Gaylord. "I'm not mad." He watched Rogers get up and stand over him for a second. Watched him walk over and pick up his underwear. "He's cute," he thought as the naked buttocks disappeared behind the shorts. "He's real cute. He wasn't even thinking of me. He was thinking of something to eat. Just like a man. I'm glad he was, though. Maybe he was afraid to make the first move. He must have been thinking the same as me. Surely he felt the same emotions. I'm glad he didn't say anything. I'm glad he didn't." "For Christ's sakes," Rogers cried. "Look at these damned ants." Rogers held up a slice of bread and tried to brush off the thousands of insects covering it. "All over everything," he said with disgust. "Look, Gay, ants all over our lunch." Gaylord got up and laughed heartily. "Good ants," he said, pulling on his shorts over his legs. "Guess they got hungry too." Rogers gave him a puzzled look. "You're not mad. What are we going to eat?" "Let's eat ants and all." He walked up to Rogers. "Okay. Here's a Lulu. Take a bite." Rogers held a ham sandwich close. Gaylord gulped as the black moving ants almost touched his lips. "No, no," he cried gleefully and knocked it out of Rogers' extended hand. The bread landed on the sand. "I'm not hungry." He watched Rogers battle with the sandwiches. He blew on them, hit them with his hands, grinning and talking all the time. It was unbelievable and yet, obviously, true. This friendly feeling which now swept through him bore no sexual passion. Unconsciously, he watched Rogers, watched the dimples grow deep as he was handed a sandwich. "Sure there aren't any ants on it?" he grinned. "I don't see any. Do you? I think I got them all off." "No, I don't see any," Gaylord said, taking it, and after a close examination, took a bite. Rogers did the same, said, "Good, isn't it?" "Sure is," Gaylord answered, looking into Rogers' face, between the developed legs for a split second, then back again into the dimpled face. "I'm hungry," grinned Rogers. "I always get hungry out here. I could eat a horse." He pulled on his shorts. "I feel like I got ants in my pants." "So do I," Gaylord grinned. "Stop scratching, Glenn." Suddenly, he wasn't hungry for food. He was hungry for affection, and wanting what he remembered. He had once said, "I hate the world of men. They have hurt and killed something in me. I don't care for them that much." But now it wasn't that way. Rogers was a man, fully developed and very desirable. He sat there in the lurid evening, nibbling on his sandwich, thinking of Rogers' naked body. Also thinking of Robert Blake, who had not called. And he thought of other men. Paul Boudreau, Jean Limbaud, Claude. What was Claude's last name? And as he sat there, he wound and unwound in his mind the skein of his life that was lived in New Orleans, a life that seemed rooted in the shadows of a club, flowered in the room void of sunshine, living a brief while on the crammed sidewalks of a city and returning suddenly into darkness, the same web of darkness and blind hunger from which it had arisen. Gaylord's thought then dwelt on what Paul Boudreau had told him, that possibility through shots, doctors, men and women sexually attracted by their own sex might be rendered normal. But now, looking at Glenn Rogers, Gaylord knew that he had no wish to conform to a standard alien to his nature. He thought of Robert Blake again. Blake was a wonderful person, a person so broad-minded in his way of life that trivial matters, and they were trivial, meant nothing to him. He understood and accepted them. He was a real man too, tall and broad-shouldered, with a strong handclasp. a man you could love and trust. He made you feel as though you had filled your lungs with a wind that was blown to you direct from the sea or from the heavens. Of all that Paul had said, Gaylord liked best the idea that the shadow world might be one of nature's experiments. He saw nature as the great designer, the great creator, fashioning the earth and all that is therein, experimenting, revising, working with vast numbers. He remembered that Paul had said there were thousands of such men and women in the United States alone. Thus the thought of shots or doctors which might present him with normality made no appeal to Gaylord, since he was part of a great experiment in creation, and looking into Roger's eyes, he wished that they had kissed. Perhaps that climactic scene would have at last answered the confused drama in his heart. But you weren't even thinking of me, Glenn, he thought. You were thinking of something to eat. But I got my wish. I've seen you naked. End of chapter 27. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 28 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 28. Dusk had fallen on Cotton, Texas, and the dim-spread beams of streetlights stretched out before him quiet and serene. He drove through the center of town, passing the square. It seemed more deserted than usual. There were people on the sidewalks, but most of the stores were closed, and there was none of the crowded hurry and bustle that had become common of late. He came into the old residential section at the foot of Columbus and West Gray Streets. Gaylord noticed again how badly kept all the old familiar houses were beginning to look. Many of them had become apartment houses, one a tea room. Little signs advertised their changed status. He was relieved when he had passed through it and turned down his own street. The swim and tramping through the woods had been fun, but it was going to feel good to be home. He was tired, but when he had let Rogers out in front of his own home, Rogers had suggested a show. "I'm not tired," he had cried. "Let's go to a show, Gay." "No, thank you," Gaylord had replied. "I'm going home. See you tomorrow. Remember, next Sunday." "I won't forget," he had said before driving off and leaving Rogers. And now Gaylord looked out of the car window, gazing out moodily at the passing scene. 17 years of viewing the world around him had given his eyes an accustomed slant, and he had no desire to change his perspective now. He was too tired. A car moaned behind, but it made not a ripple on his private reverie. This reverie was a pleasant one, dominated by the prideful knowledge that Glenn Rogers liked him. He pulled off the street into his driveway and stopped his car in the garage. He sat for a moment before descending, recalling the past afternoon. It had been fun. He had really enjoyed himself. Glenn Rogers had been so nice. Gosh, he was a swell boy. He pulled himself erect, got out of his car, and turned to the front of the house, stepping heavy on the paved driveway. The pavement was hard underfoot, and he recalled the softness of the thick carpet of leaves leading to the creek, the huge green wall of vines dipping to the edge of the banks. The old tree Rogers had dived off of was all so clear in his thoughts. He rubbed his eyes as he walked, half contented, and dreamily visualized the naked body on the end of the log. Then he heard it. For a moment, he was not sure if it wasn't just a shrill bird, a high cadence in the voice of the woods deceiving him. But before him came the unmistakable squeal of tires and the locking of brakes. It was followed by a man's voice in a flat declarative. "Gaylord," it commanded, "come here." The woods, with all its beauty, suddenly disappeared, and the water in the creek had become black and lost. He stood rooted to the spot. A twinge bisected his larynx. He glanced at his wristwatch with a stalling for time maneuver. The car looked familiar. There were many such models, but the word Gaylord sounded strange. He walked up to the car, expecting to find someone he did not know. He looked into the car window. Bob. It was Bob Blake. Bob bidding, his dark features flushed and excited, and the violent face he saw was the same that had haunted the background of his life, shadowy and unrevealed. But this was not the boy he loved. This was not that boy's face. This one was full of hate, with black unruly hair and stormy, demanding eyes. Blake was definitely in a stage of agitation. He had never called him by his full name before. Gaylord's brain was confronted by a white barrier thick and high, a barrier that he could not pierce or leap. His words came stumblingly as he tried to speak. "Why, Bob, it's you." He looked into the stern eyes, but they did not return his glance. "What happened? Are you all right?" Serene egotism radiated from Blake's features. "Get in," he said. "Get in, Gaylord." He shivered miserably on the seat. He sat very quietly, looking at Blake through eyes strangely marine in color and depth. He seemed a changeling now, an undying creature condemned to spend his life gazing from sea caves at the only mortal who could give him a soul. His need to be made whole, to be valued by one man, to light his cigarettes from the flame of a match, to sew his buttons onto his shirts, to be saved from fatigue and humiliation of successive Blakes. All these were in his eyes and voice as he pleaded. "What is it, Bob? What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" "Hell no." Blake's jaws grit feverishly. "Nothing's wrong. I want to talk to you." For the first time, he looked at Gaylord. "Can you go for a short ride? It won't take long. Or do you have someone else coming over?" For a mad instant, Gaylord felt as though he must throw his arms about the other. Here, without thought or sense, was all security, all the answer that he needed to the poignant confusion he had always felt. But he couldn't. He could not then any more than he could fly. He knew it in a flash, and knowing it, recognizing its inevitability, forced his hand away and looked up. "You know I can go for a ride, Bob," he said. "You know better than to ask me that. You know there's no one else coming over." Again, he wanted to break the tenseness between them, speaking so formally and meaninglessly there alone. Words that said nothing, and yet words that uttered a whole wild torrent of meaning. "I wonder if people know about us," he thought. "Wonder if they told Bob. But I can't ask him. I don't." And because he would not, it thundered through his mind as they drove away. "Suppose people know what I am, what I've done," thought Gaylord. "They'd never understand. I'd have to leave, run, run, run." And he knew once more that he would be running all his life. They drove in silence, past the long, shivering edges of corrugated porches fronting the one-story buildings. The glare picked up shiny spots on them, spots free of rust that almost totally covered them. Gaylord spelled out the peeled lettering, neon signs, his lips never moving. His hand moved up slowly and brushed across his throbbing forehead. They passed the large and stately Stevens home, and the branches of its surrounding trees spread over them like bat wings and bad omens. He felt enclosed in ice as the landscape, unrecognizable and meaningless, drifted by in a series of frame houses. They shone of fresh paint, fronted with porches, some screened, crowded behind dark shrubbery and soft light. A few of them were set back in large spaces of grassed earth, enclosed by painted picket fence covered with honeysuckle and wisteria vines. Here and there a chinaberry or cottonwood tree offered its shadows, but to Gaylord the whole combination was nothing. Only when he heard, from somewhere out of the still dusk air, a child's penetrating cry, "Mother, Mother, can I go to the show with Chuck?" did he feel some of the frozen tension leave him. Even then he could not turn to Blake and pour out upon him what was tumbling about within his brain. Looking at him sitting sunken behind the wheel, he knew that he could tell nothing, and he wondered if the time would ever come when he could tell him everything again. The line of houses on either side broke away. They were on an open road. A bug hit the windshield, making a loud thump, but this time it did not change the expression on Gaylord's eyes or frighten him. He felt only sad and drowned in compassion for both of them sitting there alone under the metal top, oblivious, farther apart than all the changes, the complexities that had mazed them in and engrossed them during the past weeks had placed them. He knew now. He had begun knowing from the minute Blake had spoken his name, and then he had entered the car, and then Blake had spoken his name again, coming toward him like an enemy, for such simple and inconsequential things considered apart. Placed side by side, they answered a lot of things. In fact, they answered the whole mystery that had tormented him from the time he had heard his name called. He did not even yet know the answer. He only knew, and knew hard, that he had lost. Gaylord cringed at the fantasy he had worked up for himself. Why? Why? He cried within himself. Behind them lay the town, and ahead a blank space of open fields, poles, and billboards. A hidden bird gave out with a melodious chirping. A butterfly hit, close to where the bug had, splashing the windshield with a dirty yellowish film, obstructing and making the moving pattern before him blurred. More indistinct than before. His face was without emotion, frozen, motionless. His hands clutched tragically together. His short span of happiness was over, past. He turned toward Blake, and out of the corner of his eyes saw him. Bob, he thought, with helpless and loving recognition. He bit his lips. He had been holding off for a long time, and now he couldn't keep it at bay any longer. It was a moment of supreme agony for him as he sat there clinging to impossible hopes. It was not a moment for silent weeping, even for crying out. He could only sit and hope, and think through the hoping. He tried to pull himself together, tried to touch, ever so slightly, Blake's leg. He couldn't, and his hand fell back on his own curdled bones beneath his gabardine trousers. Blake lit a cigarette, then, moving the package at Gaylord, mumbled, "Here, want one?" Simple, devastating statement, devoid of kindness. The sharp dictatorial tone fell around him. "You smoke too now, don't you?" "I'd like a cigarette, thank you." How formal his answer, how artificial the sound. The look in Blake's eyes was frightening, cold. He thought, why do you look at me like that, as though you've never seen me before? What do you want me to say? He turned again to Blake, a tense outline framed in smoke. "May I have a light, Bob, please?" He wanted to sound natural, understanding. "You've always lighted them for me, remember?" Blake's exophthalmic eyes popped with indignation. "Shit!" He stopped short, like a cyclist jamming on a coaster brake. "There's a lighter right in front of you. Can't you push it in, or are you too weak to even do that?" Gaylord saw the rage, forces dark and nameless, leap up in Blake's face. He recoiled from the picture it presented. His nostrils choked. He froze and held his breath. In that terrible moment, his frustration was maddening, yet he did not dare press the matter, lest he lose all. There was something cruel and savage about Blake now, something detached, a something he had never seen there before. The challenge was frontal, and he could not meet it. Despair. Was there nothing in his life but despair? Was life to be like this always, full of words and looks and harsh actions from every side? Was there no escape? He thought of Glenn Rogers as he pushed in the lighter. It jumped out, and he lit his cigarette. He put it back and looked again at Blake. Blake did not look back. Instead, his hand hit hard on the wheel, and Gaylord felt it had been meant for him. The duel between them, half confessional, all counterpoint, went silently forward. Gaylord murmured, "I'm sorry I forgot about the lighter." The soft, trembling young voice was flat. No apology, no nothing. He threw away the cigarette. "Huh," grunted Blake. Gaylord felt crushed under the sour indictment. Reality hit him with cold metallic touch, but he would not admit it. He could not lose Blake. He would overlook the bad and see only the good. To have Blake's love, in spite of the hateful words, clamored in the young Gaylord, tempted him to despair devices. "I'm sure tired. It's—" Blake cut in bluntly. "Guess you ought to be." Gaylord listened to the words and the sneer that followed. "Bob?" he asked. "What's wrong? Have I done something?" He looked at Blake, and there was sentiment in his survey. He touched Blake's leg and asked, "Can't you tell me?" "Don't touch me." Blake's teeth met hard, and he deliberately drew his leg from under the gentle caress, shrank away as if his hand was unclean, as if by the touch his leg would become diseased, decayed. The car about Gaylord seemed to draw in. It shrank even more. Panic was growing. It was aflame along every nerve, burning in the heart of every body cell. He lived a terrible moment before he cried out, "Oh, Bob!" "Yes," Blake snarled, gripping the wheel angrily. "What the hell do you want now?" He hung on to the wheel as if his life depended on it and stared out in front of him like it was the last day of his life. Gaylord hesitated, lost and miserable. "I wish you'd tell me why you're acting this way." How do you want me to act? Want me to purr over you like I would a dame? No, Gaylord answered, and his lips felt parched, dry. He was afraid he was going to cry. I don't want you to purr over me. He was going to cry. Tears were already forming. He looked up again at Blake, withdrawn and cold, and even as he did so, he could feel Blake stiffening away from him. And then the other looked at him, examining his face angrily. You don't want me to? He pushed away a strand of hair from his forehead. Is that it? What do you mean, Bob? I don't want you to. Huge, hideous laughter burst from Blake. You're so damned innocent. He sat back against the seat, lifted his rump off the seat like a man suffering from meningitis, and roared into Gaylord's face. So goddamn innocent. He stopped laughing. What in the hell do you take me for? A chump? Hot tears came into Gaylord's eyes and spilled onto his cheeks. For a moment, he only looked into Blake's cold eyes silently. There was no sound of his crying. There was no sound of the hurt he felt as only he could be hurt. Memory of childish sorrow crept in him. Maybe we'd better go back, he said. Don't you think you'd better take me home? Home. What a valued word. A restful word, that monosyllable home. He savored it. God damn it, Blake roared. I said I wanted to talk to you. You haven't so far. He was tired and wanted to get it over. It looked hopeless now, but maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? He didn't want to think about tomorrow or the other tomorrows. I wish you would say something. Can't you wait? I waited for you all afternoon, Blake said harshly. You sit there and wait until I'm damn good and ready. That is, if you want to hear what I have to say. He went on as if he was unable to stop talking. Make up your mind, because it don't make a damn bit of difference to me either way or the other. I'll take you home right now if you want to go. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. Blake imitated him. Well, God damn it, be a little patient. But you're not that way, are you? You want things to happen right away. You're so damned innocent, he repeated. So sweet and innocent. You just don't know what's wrong. You'd love to know, but you don't. And you want to so bad, don't you? Shit. You're wrong. That's what it is. You're all wrong, Gaylord. You're wrong for me. You're wrong for yourself. And you're wrong for anybody. I guess I am, Bob, he answered quietly. He felt defenseless and beaten under the truthful phrase. The old familiar pain of exultation cut through him. It seemed only yesterday that he and Blake had stood under the shower. He remembered the kiss and felt like a captive bird. Blake turned his head and snickered. Well, at least you know you are. That's something. Gaylord met it openly, reached out for the hand on the steering wheel. He felt defenseless, beaten, but he must try and regain his respect at least. I didn't know you felt I was wrong for you. I'm sorry you feel that way. I didn't feel that way toward you. I still don't understand why you're treating me like this. It's not like you to treat anyone this way. Even as he spoke, Gaylord knew it was all over. How do you want me to treat you? Blake shot back. Like a fairy queen? He laughed, a throaty laugh. The words had been an effort, but he had found the right ones. That all depends. Depends on what? How you'd treat a fairy queen. Blake chuckled maliciously. How in the hell should I know? He pressed on the gas, and the car moved faster. You and your fairy queen make me sick, he said, and a sneer crossed his lips. I don't see why in the hell I've messed around with a bitch like you. A goddamn cheap little bitch. That's all you are. A cheap sissy bitch. He was filled with contempt and wanted his words to hurt, to cut deep and stay. Fairy queen, huh? He growled. He threw the word savagely and accurately hitting his goalpost target right in the middle. You and your sissy ways. Again, that word arose to mock him. Gaylord was sorry he had spoken. Fairy queen had only been a word, but now it came back, haunting him. He sat destroyed, believing that all his dreams had toppled. The hope of regaining Blake would forever be a dream. He was lost to him, and all that was good in life was lost before his need to lose himself in this man. He gazed on Blake, seeing him a wondrous being. Even as the triumph of Blake's words continued, in his head, Blake was still Blake. I'm not a bitch, Gaylord sobbed. Or a fairy queen. How can you say I am, Bob? How can you say things you don't mean? Don't mean, Blake grinned in a flat, mean tone. Like hell I don't mean it. You wouldn't call yourself a man, would you? You're a cheap little queer, and right now queers make me sick. Sick to my guts. You make me sick, you and your damned whining. And stop that silly sniffling. You can find yourself someone else. You're good at that anyway. The expression of malice across his face was cold, white hatred, and he gave each word time to strike. Blake let up on the gas a little, and the car almost stopped. He went on. I wish you were a man. It'd be different then. I could slap the shit out of you. But you're not. You're too damn pretty. Too innocent, too. Too much like Venus. Isn't that what Stud called you? A Venus with a penis? He laughed a nasty laugh. He sure hit the nail on the head. I guess you were sorry I came in when I did. They would have really given you a big time. All three of them. But you've had that many before, haven't you? You like changes anyway, don't you? Like to try them all out and see who's got the biggest. Or do they come too big for you? Did you have a big one today? You must have. You look sort of pooped out. Which way did you do it? Did you try something different? His loathing tones came faster and faster, and a look of self-ridicule engulfed him. From now on, you can try them all. I won't butt in anymore. You're not that good, and I'm sure I'm too small now that you've tried everybody in New Orleans and this damn new asshole buddy of yours. I'm through. Did you hear? Through. Can't you talk? Yes, but I know, you're tired. Well, I'm not, and I'm gonna keep driving as long as I damn please. You like to be with me so much, I'm gonna give you a real treat. Even if you do make me sick, you're gonna get it one way or the other. You're going to listen and do exactly what I tell you to do, and I'm not kidding. I'm going to give you a chance to show me how good you really are. And Blake turned down a deserted lane. End of chapter 28. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 29 of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Curt Troutwine. Chapter 29. The narrow road in front of them was red earth free of traffic, except for them. Gaylord could hear the sound of the car wheels and feel the vibration against his closed lids. He shivered at his thoughts. He was lying bound, stretched out on the red earth, his body naked and slashed like that of some person being sacrificed. Around him danced vicious creatures, carrying sharp thin twigs, slapping and cutting into his torn flesh. Still they continued, jabbing red-hot pieces of smoking steel, touching his heart with the first lunge. He saw them far above, coming at him from a sea of blood. Dazzled and remote under its red carpet that now covered him, he was cut off from everyone, was being punished. There were laws against desires and loves he longed for, and his love had been forbidden long before it began. This was no dream. He had never felt more sharply aware in all his life. He was almost afraid to open his eyes, and on opening them he cried again silently, the note of despair poignantly within him, because it was only a dream. All his life, as much as he could remember now, seemed to be a time of dreams. He had never seen things clearly or understood them. The blankness seemed a living, formless thing, like three-dimensional shadows in his brain. He had no idea or cared less where they were going or what was going to happen. He only knew that he was lost and death would have been welcome. How strange it was that the mind could change in so short a distance, from a bright, welcoming hue to this dark, restless, puzzled state. The pain, humiliation inside kept rolling over and over him so that he was almost choked with the feel of it. Blake was his friend, his dearest one. Why had all this happened? What was the reason? There was something more behind all this, something insidious, the nearest thing to evil he had ever known. But what was it? Whom could he ask? There was no one whom he could talk. He felt unprotected, beaten, and alone. He dared not look at the bronze face in fear of doing something wrong. Instead, he thought of the many times he had wanted Blake to take him in his arms and love him instead of just saying hello and passing on down the long school corridors, sidewalks, in their cars. Again, he saw the face he thought so handsome, searched that unknown landscape, that grin he could never invade. It had been so easy for others, but to him it had been almost like a hostile land, untouchable, and it had become that way again. And with this inside, he buried himself deeper into the seat. He wanted no one to hear his sobbing. Glancing across the bare, flat land, he watched a pale light coming from a window of a farmhouse. It flickered, sputtered like himself. In its reflection, he saw Blake, naked to the waist, and his broad chest glistening gold. The legs were covered with football clothes, and he lay stretched out, as if dead. Gaylord remembered the time well, remembered the sudden cry of terror that had sprung from his lips when Blake had been knocked out of the game and lay there on the grass-covered field, crushed and jumped on by the thick legs and arms that had suddenly covered him. "Bob! Oh, Bob!" he had cried out, to the surprise of others seated around him. They hadn't understood then, and they wouldn't understand now. Blake struck the brake pedal, and the car stopped. Gaylord was not surprised or shocked. He did not look in Blake's direction. Instead, he turned to look back in the night toward some trees. He could hear Blake breathing deeply, and he waited for what he did not know or care. But he could no longer restrain himself. He must know what was wrong. A sound broke out of him. "Bob, don't hate me. Please, don't hate me," he whispered. "Gaylord," Blake said cruelly, savoring the cruelty. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. And I don't hate you. I don't want to. I guess I should say I'm sorry for what I've called you, but I'm not. Not really. I meant every word I said. You know, Gaylord, you take the cake. You sure made a fool out of me. A goddamn big fool. But how? How have I made a fool of you? How?" It was as mysterious to him as was his love to play with dolls and why other boys did not. Why? "Did you enjoy it, Gaylord?" Did I enjoy it? He was like a country boy in a big city. "Don't play so damn innocent with me. I've been around. I'm not that dumb." "What did I enjoy, Bob? What? Please, tell me." "Listen," Blake began. "Don't think you can pull the wool over my eyes." Gaylord saw the blood color the bronze of Blake's face had turned, as though the words had been an effort, as though it had taken a long time to find the necessary ones. "I don't want to do that," cried Gaylord. "Why should I?" "I know you and this Glenn were out in the woods all day," Blake said glibly. "And don't think I don't know what happened. Shit. Guess you should be tired. How many times, Gaylord? Did you make up for lost time?" He tried to grin. "You know, you are cheap and common. I didn't think you were, but you are. You're cheap and common." His voice choked. "That kind of crap catches up with you sooner or later, and I thought you were something real special. I didn't think you'd ever do that to me." Out of the dullness that seemed to completely cover him, the reason had finally been solved. The cause of all those bitter words was plain. Jealousy. Responding to some desperate call of his emotions, he cried, "You're wrong, Bob. So wrong. How could you think such a thing? Don't you know I love you?" Tears came back to his eyes, onto his cheeks. He threw his arms around Blake's neck, holding him tightly against his chest. "You must believe me, Bob, or I don't know what I'll do if you don't believe me." "Why don't you grow up?" Blake measured the other shrewdly. "You can't be a spoiled baby all your life." With a stab of jealousy, he went on. "I hope this Rogers guy really does you up round." He shoved Gaylord away. "And stop pawing me." Time stood still, and the squirrel gray sky grew more melancholy. Even the air seemed more restive and depressed. Gaylord hunched in his seat, unable to say any more. What else could he say? What a fool he had been to succumb to Rogers. What a fool. Oh, what a fool. But he hadn't. Nothing like that had happened between them. But how could he make Blake believe him? After reading the contempt in the dark eyes, how could he explain that nothing had happened? He was caught in a world of image and feeling. In the drained light, the trees were stark and mournful. He had the fantastic notion that on those naked branches dead men hung, their lifeless bodies swaying in macabre rhythm. It seemed to him he was kin with all the dying, all the misery in the world. He put his sweating hands to his throbbing head and, in a daze, shaped a name. Glenn. The symbol of his guilt. Glenn. Names. His numb lips repeated it. Abruptly, he sprung up, cried, "No, Bob, you're wrong. I swear you're wrong. Nothing like what you think happened." Blake wasn't looking at him. With a clumsy gesture, he pulled at the other's shirt, looked at him, hoping his face would reveal he was speaking the truth, would tell him better than words. "Look at me, Bob. Please look at me," he silently cried. "Can't you see I'm not lying? Can't you see I'd never hurt you? I love you too much to do that. Understand. Please understand." Gaylord's head inclined towards Blake's chest, his face sober and tear-stained. He did feel guilty because the desire had been there. It had been deep, and if Glenn would have made even the slightest move, he realized now that Blake would be speaking the truth. He did not look up, only rested his tired head across the broad chest. How strange it felt beneath him, how awfully strange. He was innocent, and yet he was guilty too. But life was like that. The littlest seed could grow into a huge tree, the same as one act or word could become a burning quarrel. "You were in the woods with him, weren't you?" Blake said gravely. "Yes, but nothing like what you think happened." Blake laughed. "What's the matter? Wouldn't he let you?" Roughly, he pushed Gaylord aside. "You must be losing your charms, Gaylord. You didn't give me a chance to finish." "You don't have to. I know what went on between you two." Blake looked off into space. "Bob, nothing like what? Please let me finish." "We're finished. Washed up. You and me. I've had enough of this mess." Blake shrugged. "You go to New Orleans and let those queers paw you. Come back here and go out into the woods with this guy. What the hell do you expect me to think? Or do you think I should say, 'Did you have a nice time, gay, with the nice boys?' Shit." Again, he shrugged his shoulders. "What's the use?" Then he growled, "What I'd give for a good stiff drink." Words, words. Gaylord couldn't hide from them. He was silent. He had never felt more helpless in his life. Blake fumbled in his pocket and drew out a package of cigarettes. His hand shook as the lighter contacted with the white column of tobacco. "Here," he said in a bass voice. "Don't you want another cigarette? You're getting good at that too, aren't you?" "Don't, Bob, don't!" Gaylord cried out miserably, pushing away the package shoved under his nose. "You mean you don't want one? What's the matter? Mouth tired too?" Somehow he lived through the mixed sentences, his despair so great he felt sick and dizzy. He sat there looking out into the vast unprotected sky. He gazed intently as if there was nothing he wanted from it. Nothing could ease the dullness or be found there or any place else. "It's all over." The thought was like a white-hot iron rod drawn quickly across his mind, searing a deep burn that would never heal. His hopes, desires, and dreams were all gone. His hands lay limp on his legs, and the damp trouser cuffs made a chill run through his body. He wished he could cry, scream, do anything besides just sitting there. He thought of the cool creek and the woods. Why couldn't he have drowned? Died with the knowledge Blake loved him, wanted him, instead of this. "Bob," Gaylord began uncertainly, "why didn't you call me last night? You said you were going to. I stayed home all evening, waiting. I was so... Oh, I don't know." His lips quivered. "I don't know." His voice was mute and dejected. Blake turned on him. "For your information," he began, "and I don't know why in the hell I'm going to the trouble of telling you. I went over to Joy's. She called and wanted to talk to me. You know what she wanted? No, I don't. She wanted to talk about you. We had quite a talk, and I even told her about us. That's another laugh. She's a smart gal. Already knew." He laughed. "She knew we were fooling around all the time. I felt like a damned fool." He hit the steering wheel with his closed fist, then continued. "You know what she said?" He looked at Gaylord, not waiting for an answer. "Said she loved you too. Poor kid." He laughed loud. "You're a good one, you are. Even screwed her, didn't you? She wouldn't let me, and she lets you. What do you think of that, huh? Doesn't that flatter your ego?" Blake's two fists came together with a loud crack. She knew you were a fruit all along. She didn't think you'd do anything, but you sure fooled her, didn't you? Is that the first cherry you ever got? You know what a cherry is, don't you? Of course, you didn't get Thelma's. You know that, don't you? I got there ahead of you. You're some guy, you are. What did that guy in New Orleans call you? A faggot, wasn't it? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. You don't know what a faggot is, do you? Sarcastically, the words rushed, wild and cutting, but to Gaylord they became only a sound. Be good to him, Bob, Joyce said. Blake continued. He's such a lovely boy, so sweet and thoughtful. Isn't that a laugh? And the funniest part of it is, I agreed with her. Damn fool, both of us. She didn't know you were throwing that thing of yours in anybody's face that would take it. She was suspicious of Thelma and was so afraid she would hurt you. Thelma, huh? She couldn't hurt you. You're both nothing but a couple of cheap whores. Not even a whore. You give it away, don't you? Why in the hell don't you sell it? Yeah, you're thoughtful, all right. Thoughtful, huh? Like so much hell. Then, as if speaking to himself, Blake uttered in a drab, low voice, thoughtful of yourself. That makes sense. Just as long as you get what you want and don't give a damn who it's with. Now it's this Glenn. Well, I hope that farmer can satisfy you. Does he smell like a horse, or do you care? Resolutely, Gaylord tried not to think about the afternoon, but it swam in his memory. He was not sorry he had gone. No, not now he wasn't. He didn't see the creek as cold and dismal under the warm sun. He saw it as friendly and all blue, friendly the way Rogers had always been. How could Blake say such things about Glenn Rogers? An adult emotion was being born in Gaylord for the first time. He felt the strangeness of it within him, but it meant nothing. He only knew he must not let Blake feel this way toward Glenn Rogers. He began, I'm sorry, deeply sorry if I've hurt you, Bob. I know I've done things I'm not proud of, things that I'm ashamed of. I guess I am what you called me. But I don't want you to feel that way about Glenn. I don't think he knows about queers like me. Faggots, yes, I know now. I'm one of those too, I guess. He's a fine boy, and sex never entered his mind. It would have. Who knows what would have happened, because I believe I would have been willing. Even loving you, I would have weakened. I think I would have. I'm not sure. But that time with Paul was the only. Blake cut in short. Now isn't that just too sweet? Gaylord's feelings of failure were intensified, not only because of the words, but because of the look that followed. Without wishing to hear more or even caring about the results, he threw a bombshell. I don't care what you say or believe, Bob. I just don't anymore. I'm telling you the truth. I can't change your feelings, and neither can you change mine by calling me names. I can't explain what it is about me. I don't understand why I want to do such things. I don't know why I've solidly loved you for so many years. You certainly never gave me any encouragement. But I did. I've thought of you so many nights. I used to lay in bed and wonder about you, wonder how I could become your friend, wonder what I could do to make you even notice me. I've loved you for so long. You loved me? Shit, you've a hell of a way of showing it, Blake barked. I told you I wanted to see you today. Why didn't you call last night? That hurt me, too. I thought you were out with someone. I told you why. But I didn't know then. I wanted to call you, but I was scared you wouldn't be home. I called Mother from Glenn's this morning, and she told me you hadn't called. I slept late. Just don't hate me, Bob. Blake sat, holding his head with one hand, listening, then said, I can't help the way I feel. I know, replied Gaylord. I don't know why I went to church this morning. Now it seems such a long time ago, and it was only this morning. I was feeling blue. Church is always comforting to me. After church, I saw Glenn and his mother, and Mrs. Rogers asked me to have breakfast with them. I didn't want to, but I just couldn't refuse. It wasn't all planned like you think. It just happened. Glenn suggested going out to their farm and fish, and I thought it would be fun. You hadn't called, and I'd never been fishing. Why didn't you tell me you wanted to go fishing? I'd have taken you. I'd never thought of it. Never had any desire to go. But you did. Yes, I did. I felt so miserable when you didn't call last night, and this morning I was so jittery. I hadn't been to church for so long. I thought it would make me feel better. It did, too. Blake said like a piece of machinery, his thumb hitting the same spot on his forehead, moving mechanically back and forth as if it was drilling a hole between his eyes. I guess we'd better go, Blake said, still tapping his thumb. Again, Gaylord felt crushed under the happiness that could have been. He considered Blake silently, uncertain of words. The space between them had broadened even more. He could never win him back, if only Blake didn't hate him. Bob, Gaylord began, please don't hate me. Can we be friends? I don't think so, Blake said sharply. I'll take you home. You said you were tired. No, I don't think so. Again, the vibrating was around him, and again Gaylord looked into the space before him. He sat there silently looking into the moving sky toward the high, clear stars. They looked down as hard and cruel as death. He could feel himself shrinking to pygmy size under the gigantic sky. The wind went through it, crying. It stretched above him, endless and black and utterly empty, and Gaylord was alone, alone in the vast universe which became suddenly formless and without plan. They drove in silence. Nothing but the sound of the motor echoed inside the moving machine. He had been denied, shut out. His head felt heavy, almost too heavy for the cord in his neck to hold it up. Words filled his brain, but they were tangled, twisted, meaning nothing, saying nothing. He looked like a figure of wax and ebony sitting upon a pedestal. Thus, out of what seemed only a few short moments, with its embraces, meeting, school with its lessons and naked bodies, between the act of finally falling in love, the afternoon with Joy, Thelma, New Orleans, Paul, Glenn, slaps, kisses, Bob. Out of all this, his downfall had been gradually forming. You were on my mind all afternoon, Bob, he began sadly. I even wrote your name in the sand along the creek without realizing what I was doing. It scared me for a minute because I didn't know what Glenn would think. I didn't want him to know I loved you, and I was afraid he could read my mind. I didn't want him to think we were, well, you know. Then I didn't care. I wanted to tell him all about you. Tell him I loved you. I guess the same way you told Joy. Oh, yeah? Blake interrupted. Yes, Bob. That's what I wanted to say, but I didn't. His lips quivered. I'm sorry for what happened between me and Joy. I know it was wrong, and I can understand the way you must feel about me. I think she knew I was thinking of you all the time. I was so ashamed afterwards. Would have given... There's some things you can't undo after they've been done, Blake said gravely. Anyway, it's all over now. The next moments passed with unbearable slowness, but at least Blake's last words had not been cruel. Gaylord covered his face, hearing their despondency. A mosquito began to sing around his ear, but he didn't care. Let it bite. Let it bite hard. His blood was useless to him. It felt like water. Then he heard, "Son of a bitch!" and Blake slapped hard at his own cheek. A mosquito can get him to talk, Gaylord thought, and he was envious of the singing pest. Out of the corner of his eyes, he watched Blake get another cigarette. He lit it, puffed a few times, and flipped it from him distastefully, out upon the road. I'm like that cigarette, thought Gaylord. I've been thrown away too. Within him a wound was bleeding, but even in his distress all his senses converged and focused on Blake, his young prince out of the Arabian Nights. He would always remember every detail of that exposed body which moved with such precision charm. He sat dreamily, watching rhythmic ripples of the arms, thighs, the grinning face, and the swinging of the genitals as his prince waved at him. It made him feel a little better, even though it was only a vision of the impossible. What now? What was the solution? He asked himself, and the pounding of his heart made a desolate angle in front of him, a rectangular pit like a huge sunken grave, swarming with weeds so thick and tall that he could not see the base of their axes. Was the only answer death? Was this why he was seeing this? He had a strange frown as he studied the grave. He lay beneath this earth, flesh, hair seared off by decay, the same decay that touched him now. But it was peaceful, alone, his only solace, the realization that he had tasted the object of his hungry searching, as if sought to drive him off. There were happy memories that nothing could take from him. It was something he had desired passionately, like a parched plant in dry soil. He had begun to believe that he might clutch at the edge of something like real love and happiness here in this small, dingy, and uninteresting town, about which he felt a stranger. But before he humbly lived and hoped. But that security had been short, and beneath his failure in all these moved the mysterious dreams of his profound longing. Longing not because of the things he was without, but for the things that he could not accomplish. He sensed almost a hatred in him, as though he had only himself to blame for his feminine ways, and questioned himself desperately about the reason. It seemed to him that he had suddenly assembled here the pages of a myth of himself, but where was the answer in putting them together? Where was he? In what space and time, this strange young man desiring manhood? It was as if suddenly a blinding light on something that had always been half in the shadows must come to light. He must change. The nervousness, softness, and tenderness must be completely demolished. But why should he? Now that the searchlight which Blake had turned on the world was off. He remembered, as if he had heard them all before, the dirges in the night, and the sound of his own wailing. He remembered trying before. Trying. He clutched at his trousers. He would try again, but the tragedy that cluttered his mind roared steadily on. He closed his eyes hard. It was as blind and useless an action as he had ever known. The far, fair bark of invisible hounds aroused him, and he thought of a poor, helpless animal running for its life, running from jaws that could so easily destroy it. He had been running all his life. A mist crossed his eyes, and his throat felt dry as he tried to swallow. He wished he would choke. Choking had smote many with death, and love's end had smote all with a desire for it. He beheld a world that no youth ought to see, a world of gray skies, buildings, and lawns. Death had fixed ghost-like on the scene and sucked it bloodless. But it wasn't devoid of relevance for him. Clouds beat around in a beautiful tide, and he wondered how much iodine it would take for him to become part of this. Yes, all things were restful in this dawn, but the happiest of all was himself, a beautiful young man, almost transparent in a thin garment of shining gauze, riding on a star. Somewhere before, he had ridden on a star. Again he heard the wail of the hound. It seemed close, and he imagined himself caught in quicksand. Sinking in slime, he reached up and grabbed a golden branch. Instantly, the branch became a bronze arm. It circled his mudded form. He could hear his own cries, feeble as from a great distance. This was no dream. He was being violently squeezed, and a warm breath was on his lips. It spoke, and the car came to a halt. "Gay," it cried, tightening its arms. "I can't hate you. Don't you know I love you?" The mythical words, those long-awaited mythical words. He went on, holding his breath. Affection, pity, and plain hunger for this passionate creature he had known so long broke to the surface of Gaylord's life. He was tired of living with ghosts, no matter how beautiful, weary of loyalties that no longer sustained the weight of loneliness. His gaze traveled from Blake's lustrous hair spread over his bronze forehead, past his full-lipped mouth, lingered at the dark lashes of his eyes, and slipped back to the dark hair. He buried his face on Blake's chest and wept, the terrible tears of a boy sick and far away from home. "Oh, Bob," and his voice was like part of a dream. He turned his face upwards, and as he did, the vivid face descended. Their lips met fiercely, passionately. Everything swung under him and stopped. For a long, timeless moment they sat thus locked. Shadows filled the noiseless car about them, and the sky was warm above them. With something like a groan, Blake released him slightly. Blake whispered, "It's taken me a long time to say it, but I'm sorry, Gay. Can you forgive me? I was a jealous fool over nothing. I know you didn't lie. I knew it all the time." All Gaylord could think of was how warm Blake was, how precious the skin under his touch, the fragrant odor of his oily hair. "Oh, Bob, Bob," he cried silently. But all he could do was look into the dark face. He could see no features, but he didn't need to see. He already knew, had known for so long, every shape, color, line of that handsome countenance. They stayed in a death-like grip, feeling each tensely drawn body, patting, grinning, both sobbing. Do you forgive me? Do you like me a little bit? Oh, Bob, I've loved you all my life. Don't ever leave me. I don't want to live if you do. Please don't ever leave me. I won't, Blake whispered. I'll never leave you. They filled their lungs full of the warm night air. The trees stood silent and friendly, seemed to understand as they had probably understood many times before. Gaylord shivered and Blake asked, Are you all right? I'm fine. What are you shaking about? I was wondering if that poor little animal got away. Animal? What animal? The one a dog was chasing. It barked again just before you touched me. Scared me for a second. It was good to see the grin prying at him out of the darkness. What a difference it made in the expression of the eyes. You mean I scared you? Not for long, Gaylord said quietly. At first I thought that dog had me. Blake laughed. You mean you thought I was a dog? And then he whined. Instead of answering, Gaylord moved closer. No 1 o'clock in the morning ghost rose from the road to haunt him as they started back towards Cotton. If loving Blake was a crime for which society would never forgive him, he didn't care. In Blake, all the beauty, life, and loyalty, the endless dreams and young hopes had come alive. Was it so easy to dispose of someone who gave all this? Who else would save the effeminate boy to find beauty in his sensitive soul? For whoever or whatever you love, love is beautiful. This was his legend, and no one could take this from him. As if to reassure himself, he reached for the hand on his shoulder. Still holding it, he looked at the other on the steering wheel. Blake broke in. What are you thinking of, Gay? Gaylord opened his lips, still moist with the taste of passion. Of you, he murmured. And how lucky I am to have you. Blake tightened his grip. So am I to have you. We're all supposed to be created equal, but I think this is the first time I've ever felt like I was. Gay. What, Bob? Let's take a little trip together. Let's go someplace. Just you and I. I'd love that, Gaylord sighed, already imagining them on a strange land, riding over roads and long expanding bridges, together and without questions, to be part of each other, to be able to sleep in each other's arms each night. He sat there enthralled, picturing their flight. I'll go anywhere you want to go. Anywhere. I think you would, Blake grinned. You know I would. Where would you like to go, Gay? Where would you? I'd like to show you New Orleans. New Orleans. Gaylord became alive with anticipation and memories of the old city. I'd like to see New Orleans with you. Okay, it's New Orleans, said Blake curtly. I've got some money saved up. We'll take in everything. Just you and I. He sighed deeply. You don't like Cotton, and I don't anymore. Maybe we could stay there. A new place with new faces and problems. That's what we need. Hell, what can you do in Cotton without everybody knowing it? Not a damn thing. But Gaylord was not thinking of others, for in that instance, the faces of people became an image of unimportant time. They were the only two in the world, and they would go thus together through some oriental garden full of love and vastness. They would explore cities, clusters of shining jewels on the dark surface of the night. They would not be lost wandering in metropolitan jungles, for they would have each other. This was no dream, and if it was, wasn't he the dreamer of dreams? He had dreamed his whole life, dreamed in an upstairs bedroom in a little town so many years, and so dreaming, he held the golden bronze next to him, and the flesh responded warm and alive under his hands. Blake's fingers pressed against the warm, naked skin of Gaylord's chest. It would be fun to live in New Orleans. He cleared his throat. I'd like that. I'd like to meet Paul Boudreau. He must be a nice guy. He is, Bob, a very nice guy. There's so many like us in this old world. Wonder why? Gaylord did not answer. Instead, he looked into the darkness, and beyond it he could feel the heartaches, the miseries, and the great mysterious pattern of life it sheltered. To his ears came the distant sounds of voices and laughter. They beat softly on the wall of his school, a harsh surf churning on immemorable shores. They poured scorn and mockery over the listening soul of Gaylord LeClaire. If only they had not been so accusing. If only the years had touched him with kindness. If only people were. Take away the scorn and give love. Go out and ask and listen before condemning. His memory rehearsed for him the faces he had seen in a club, at a party. They were unnaturally white, and they all smiled with sad grins. No one seemed to understand why their meetings had to be behind locked doors and smoke-filled dives. No one seemed to understand that they concealed a crime so dark and a secret so dreadful that it had never been put into print. They didn't know why they seemed to crave strange love. No one had ever tried to help them understand. Gaylord saw that they were not all bad, but wasn't that true of all humanity? There was a rotten apple in every crate, the same with men and women. But why should they all suffer? Did God number them among his angels, or had they been forgotten? No, they would be officially banished from the masses where their love had not taken root and which they had made fragrant with penned desires. But nothing could keep the good from God, because they too were his children. A train whistle could be heard in the distance, and Gaylord's thoughts again centered on their departure. It was as if someone were announcing a sunlit morning. It was to him that someone holy had spoken. He nestled close to Blake. In a few weeks they would be leaving. There was going to be a tomorrow now. The sun would come up. Life would go on. His life. And now he wasn't tired at all. Far from it. For life was strong in him. So strong that the fevered and strange dreams of the past were like a climax and a farewell to a life he had left forever. "And Bob," he said, "besides Paul, there's someone else I'm just dying for you to meet. He's such a character and says the funniest things. His name's Jean Limbaud." And the earth on which they rode was unimportant as they planned and drove toward Cotton. End of chapter 29. Recording by Curt Troutwine. End of Maybe Tomorrow by J. Little.